By the year 2077, over a decade of conflict had raged between the United States of America and the People's Republic of China. In Appalachia, war games commenced, pitting a unit of Army Rangers against a group of Marines posing as enemy forces. The Rangers were named Taggarty's Thunder, after their commanding officer, Lieutenant Elizabeth Taggarty. Under her command were Sergeant Wilson, Corporal Marino, Corporal Weber, Private Esposito, and Private De Silva. Everything was going according to Taggarty's battle plan, until nuclear Armageddon arrived on the morning of October 23rd. Retreating to their base camp at Spruce Knob Lake, the Thunder monitored the radio for days. To their surprise, they heard Captain Roger Maxson broadcasting from the bunker known as Lost Hills in California. His unit had seceded from the U.S. military days before the nuclear exchange after claiming to have discovered sinister, sanctioned experiments on human captives at the Mariposa military base. Though Maxson was a traitor as far as the government was concerned, Taggarty decided to give him a chance after initial hesitation. What she learned shattered her own loyalty to the U.S. government. Maxson shared the crimes they uncovered and how soldiers like them were led astray by those in charge. They soon found evidence to back Maxson's words: civilian subjects of a super soldier program using the forced evolutionary virus at Huntersville. The Thunder eventually accepted their discoveries and Maxson's remote leadership. They spent the winter at Camp Venture, a survival training camp, turning it into their headquarters. Other survivors trickled in, and Taggarty used the opportunity to grow the ranks. However, morale was low. They needed something to believe in, a reason to live. Maxson provided that reason. He offered Taggarty and her soldiers a new purpose, a new identity. He proposed they integrated into an ideology he called the Brotherhood of Steel. Taggarty and her charge were caught off guard by what appeared to be an outrageous plan. She could understand defending others, but why as scribes, squires, knights, and paladins? Maxson's plan was more than just a new name and titles. The Brotherhood would preserve technology and knowledge to safeguard against its abuse. The newly anointed Paladin Taggarty and her Appalachian chapter grew quickly, and Camp Venture was soon at capacity. The Allegheny Asylum in the Cranberry Bog was chosen as the new headquarters, being renamed to Fort Defiance while Thunder Mountain Power Plant was seized from the pre-war secessionist Free States. It was at this point when the first reports of giant mutated bats flying in from the deeper bog area started to appear. As the Brotherhood settled in, trade routes were opened with the Responders, a consolidated civilian group to the west. Relations flourished as they found a common cause in serving humanity. Their alliance peaked in 2086 at the Battle of Huntersville, where they contained the super mutant threat. Though there were losses, including the death of Squire De Silva, it was a decisive victory. Elder Maxon was jubilant. The victory convinced him that survival was assured, and he used the occasion to evolve the Appalachian Brotherhood's primary goal of securing technology and knowledge. However, over time, relations strained when the Brotherhood started making greater requisitions of material and manpower to fight an emerging threat. The mutated bats first encountered in the Cranberry Bog were growing in number. Worse, they were spreading a contagion that warped other life forms into hideous, lesion-ridden drones. The Brotherhood called the afflicted the Scorched, and the scorched beasts that created them. Realizing the gravity of the threat, Scribe Grant at Fort Defiance and his counterparts at Lost Hills worked together, racing to devise tracking technology, armaments, and research into a cure, while the Knights braced the front lines. Knowing they were barely containing the threat, Taggarty confided in Maxon that maybe more severe methods were warranted, using Appalachia's automated nuclear silos. Enraged, Maxon shut her proposal down. To use the very technology that brought so much death in the first place was unthinkable to the Elder. It was a line he would not cross. There had to be an alternative, he reasoned. He pushed for further cooperation with people outside of the Brotherhood. But echoing the same mindset his own son put forward, Taggarty was unconvinced, lacking the trust for outsiders being brought into the fold. He never learned if Taggarty found success, as the communication satellite linking the two was failing. In their last exchange, Maxon implored Taggarty to hold their ground and adhere as the communication satellite linking the two was failing. In their last exchange, Maxon implored Taggarty to hold their ground and adhere to their beliefs, reassuring them that they would continue looking for a way to defeat the Scorched Beasts and reestablish contact. Then, there was silence. The mounting losses and severing of supply routes forced them to mothball Camp Venture in July 2093, with Fort Defiance and Thunder Mountain becoming their two remaining strongholds. In a last-ditch effort, Paladin Taggarty launched Operation Touchdown to find the prime Scorched Beast site on January 29, 2095. Accompanied by the most experienced knights they could muster, she and Marino left to track down the lair, leaving behind a trail of transponders for the rest of the Brotherhood to follow. They found the main source of the Scorched Beasts in a mining complex to the southeast. Taggarty, Marino, and the handful of knights that survived this far fought their way into the heart of the cavern. Cornered by a massive Scorched Beast, they made the ultimate sacrifice, detonating their explosives, martyring themselves, and sending shockwaves through the tunnel system. Despite an initial absence, Scorched Beasts began to return, and by June, it became clear that Touchdown ultimately failed. The Brotherhood began to buckle, with Weber going missing on patrol and Esposito being killed in action. The final stand took place on August 18, 2095, as a scorched horde descended upon Fort Defiance. Senior Knight Wilson led a valiant defense, but there were no known survivors. Now, 8 years later, the Brotherhood's first expeditionary force is on its way from their headquarters in New California to assess the situation, reinforce, and reestablish contact between the two sides, unknowingly heading into a very different Appalachia.
So welcome back, everyone. So this is kind of interesting. Right as this all happened, there was this like chance encounter that I stumbled across in the game, where where Scorched Beast spawned, but then there was also some Brotherhood of Steel that let's see, where is it? Some Brotherhood of Steel. Okay, here. Well, here this one. So this one Brotherhood of Steel initiate got killed by the Scorched Beast, and over here, I don't know if they're still wandering. Yep, they're just patrolling back and forth. I have a feeling. Yeah, I might try to kill a Scorched Beast real quick with their help.
Cool.
So, how's your internet?
Oh, so far hanging in there. I need to get a different phone, but I got this one to limp along for now.
That's good, at least.
Get that mutation treated, civilian, before it becomes a real problem. We're building something big. Don't get left behind.
Okay, that doesn't sound culty at all. Right, where's the Sting Scorched Beast? Let's see. Wait, do I have two weapons? What do I have that'll work for this? Grenade launcher, maybe? Oh, shit. Wait, where did the Brotherhood of Steel initiate go? Did they die? Is this guy over where? Well, hopefully they didn't die. I was trying to help them out, but I don't know where they went. Whatever. So, oh wait, are they over there? Yeah, they are. I think they were just patrolling the whole time.
Ourselves rooted from America to rebuild America. Take the old and forge it anew. Greetings, civilian. The fight is just beginning. Stay disciplined.
Are you going to try to recruit me or something?
There's so much to teach us. I hope I get to meet them in person someday. You should get that mutation treated, civilian, before it becomes a real problem.
Let's see, what did I get from them? Brotherhood soldier suit. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This is Under Armour? Do they not have... Let's see. Question, what do you think looks better? This? No, are you able to see?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think looks better, this or this?
Yeah, 6 one half dozen the other. I kind of like the second one a little more.
Yeah, I like either, so either works.
Yeah. Like I said, 6 one half dozen the other. Yeah, they're both good.
Are there any real pumpkins here? Surely there's got to be some gourds planted, right? Or are these all fake? They all look fake. Oh, yeah, they do. Let's see, weapon.
So many pumpkin. You there? Let me take a look at you. Yes, you do nicely. Where are my manners? Welcome to the Pumpkin House, one of the most popular attractions in Appalachia. I'm Jack, the caretaker here. Oh, yes indeed. It's good to have a purpose, even if, admittedly, the festival turnout looks like it will be a tad low. Because my programming demands it. Priority 0. Gather pumpkins and see the mandate.
Frankly, I'm not back to help again, so I'm not going to tell them that I am. Yeah, actually, maybe I will.
fetch me some pumpkins to carve, will you? You will be adequately compensated, I assure you. You don't have enough.
Wait, there's a pumpkin patch over here, which I need the pumpkins anyway, so that'll help. Oh yeah, check this over here. This guy is just like hanging out here, and I think he has a bit of a drinking problem. Then again, I guess if it's the apocalypse, what else do you have to do? Oh, and there he's drinking beer now. Well, let's see. There, I drank some so he doesn't feel as bad. Then again, I don't think he's self-conscious at all. Corn? Where's the pumpkins? Some pumpkin patch. Oh, here. Three more? Yeah. Because I remember this is part of one of the challenges that we needed to do. And then more. Wait, maybe over there? No, just more corn. Wait, if there's
Those waiters kept snooping around. Need some fresh produce? I've had a bountiful harvest, and we hate to see it go to waste. You know, got some soup too. That's my attempt to preserve my goods.
You'll be giving me all your soup or I'll beat you to death with a bag of your own potatoes? What on earth?
I think this person has some anger management issues.
No, that's an option I can say.
Oh, okay. I think to pick that option is to have anger management issues.
Here you go.
I'll take some of her crops. Got some razor grain, some carrot.
Soon enough,
Gourd.
you'll have to decide.
Mm.
Do you put that weapon down? Pick up a shovel.
I put it down, but I need a shovel. Actually, if you have a shovel, I need one. Are there
People have come back to this area. Oh,
It's actually really good though, because I need gourds. Oh, sweet, more pumpkins. I just don't know. Apparently, I'm supposed to craft pumpkin grenades. I don't know. Maybe that's a. I'm guessing that might be the reward for this. And I really could care. Wait, pumpkin grenades. Isn't that something out of like I don't know why I was about to say Harry Potter. I'm thinking of Harry Osborn and Spider-Man. You know,
Yep.
Green Goblin.
Green Goblin. Yep. The pumpkin bombs. Yep. Now, if you get one of his little goblin scooters, that could be cool flying around the area.
I doubt that Honestly, that's some. If they had vehicles in Fallout, it would kind of ruin the game a bit. I like it'd be one thing if it was like a combat vehicle where it doesn't go that much faster than you would normally, but alright. Here we come with the pumpkins.
Port Atlas is in good hands. Nice ship.
Perfect pumpkins to come. You there! Wait, I know you. Welcome back. As usual, many thanks for your service. As promised, here are your seats.
Well, I got pumpkin grenades, but I think I actually need to craft them. It's funny that one chem I just got, Comex, it's probably supposed to be like Clonopin or some tranquilizer or something. Alright, let's see. Anything in here? Pepper? Pumpkin pie? I'll eat that. A recipe for pumpkin pie, but unfortunately... Oh, no, bad. Sugar bombs. Greaser jacket and jeans. I don't want to be Elvis, thank you very much. Oh, that was not actually intentional, but it worked out. Let's see. So I'm gonna put down my camp, that way I can get here quicker. Okay, let's see. Here. Let's see. Expand. I have to wait for it to go back. Probably like 30 seconds. All right, there we go. There we go. So I actually already finished some of those possum badges that I needed to do before. I just need to take the test for some of them, and then we'll join the Brotherhood.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like some of them, it's like they seem a lot more difficult than they are. It just takes a while. Like it's nothing that's like, oh, that's so difficult. It's more so you just have to actually get to it. And so since it doesn't tell you where to go, you just kind of have to figure it out on your own. All right, here we go.
You think they could get people to tell you where to go? I mean, there are a lot of people who want to tell you where to go.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun. All right, so we need to plant the gourds. Food. Gourd. Only have one gourd. I'm so glad she gave us that. see. Here, further out. What? You don't like being so close? What's the issue? I guess I could just plan it on the margins. I don't know. I feel like maybe is it going to be too close to? Honestly, this should work. Oh yeah, they can get it really close. Alright, then we'll just go ahead and harvest some razor grain and make some more razor grain flour. One thing that I don't like about this game is there's really not a whole lot of perishable or non-perishable food products that you can make. Oh, well, what the fuck? Oh god, what the fuck? Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Activate missile turrets. Oh. Oh. Piece of shit. Try sneak up on me like that. Oh no! Oh, I thought they destroyed his arm. Oh no, but they destroyed this. Holy crap! Wait, what? What they do to that? Repair? Okay, cool. Phew. Scared me. Literally scared me so much. Excuse me. Why did I go here? Right. Repair this. So I got the gourd. I planted that, so I'll be able to. Oh, right. The razor grain. What the? What happened to your armor?
It's too short to be part of a crazed murder gang.
What the? It says you're wearing it. What on earth?
Looking for the boss, right?
Dude, put on some fucking clothes. It's gross. Surprised that you don't need coal to make steel. You just need iron, which that doesn't make sense because you need carbon.
No, you definitely need carbon and coal to make steel. Without carbon, you really have trouble getting steel.
Okay, let's see. So, I guess while we're here, oh right, we were going to go back there, and then from there, there's that one daily that hopefully we get another right here. Nestled in the mountains is a spiritual retreat center known as the House of the Winding Path. It's supposed to be like some sort of cult HQ or something before the war, and after the war it was like taken over by raiders or something. But I do wonder if it's based off of a real place. Is there like this one cult commune somewhere in West Virginia? Well, I'm sure, but like, can you think of any?
Nope, not off the top of my head.
I'll have to look that up in a bit. Let's see. So we're going north here. Oh, that's what I was going to look up. Pumpkin bombs. How do I do that? Pumpkin bombs. FO76. Let's see. But what about the learn method? Learn from trick or treat. I guess you just keep doing it, and eventually you'll get the plans. Well, that kind of stinks. I'm not going to lie. But actually, maybe I can check. So it was under, I think it was gardening, maybe. No, it's not gardener. It might be chemist. That's what it was. And there's some other plant. Well, actually, I don't know. Some of these might be a bit difficult, but I might not even need it. So, hurt card pack. Ricochet, fix it good. Gunslinger, weapon artisan. I already have weapon artisan, so I'll get rid of that. I also have fix it good. So 2 of that one too. Okay, perfect. Let's see.
We interrupt this program to bring you this important announcement. The Unstoppables need your help, and fast. The Diabolical have tracked them in a sinister maze, and only you have the power to break them out. Well, I'm no superhero. What can I do? You can do great with an unstoppable attitude.
I'm going to shoot this in the thruster. Or maybe the combat inhibitor. Ha! Next goes the thruster. Oh, shoot. Oh, too fast for me. This is like the perfect music for this. It's like a shoot-up music. Ha! Eat shit, Gutsy. try this out. Okay, I think I could more or less. Let's see. Oh wait, I'm gonna have to try this. Oh no no! For fuck's sake, where? What is it? The logo of the red. Oh, it's the fucking sign. I should have read the instructions.
How will our heroes spoil their plans this time? Find out in today's intergalactic episode of Tales from Nuka World. Please listen to me. There are no free samples of Nuka-Cola Quantum here or anywhere else at the park.
Oh, okay, I did it. Where else do we have to go? So clear enemies, investigate. Okay, I can investigate it. What the heck does that mean? Huh? Voltar, what happened to you here? Are there any? Oh, right. Time for Tambo time. Tambo, 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 Tambo. I have to kill 30 enemies with this, so. Tambo, 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 eat, Tambo, 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 Tambo.
He's trying to sabotage Nuka World, having rides break down.
Tambo.
Villain will have us looking incompetent, dangerous. I suppose.
I'm going to take everything here. I'm going to scrap it all.
Everything is pristine. What else could he have done? I got it. Hey, Emily, wait for me. Without a second thought, Emily and Paul hurry over to Starport Nuka, the control center for the whole Nuka galaxy. Starport Nuka, of course. This place is the control room for the galactic zone. The prime target for our saboteur. Aha! The The Star Cores, of course. These marbles keep all the rides and robots in line. Without them, things get a little unpredictable. So, which one controls the Nuka rocket? Emily, I think it's this one.
Neglect.
Covered in soda. Covered in soda? What the? Good golly, it's been drenched in dim. No wonder the ride has been on the fritz. Well, it needs swapping out until we can get a replacement. But what attraction could we draw power from until then? What about Voltec among the stars? There can't be that many people there today, surely. It's worth a try. Come on, Marco.
What's the alerts? Red rocket protectrons have been detected outside of the vicinity. Automated recall prevented due to damaged hardware. Proprietary red rocket hardware, red rocket core requires immediate retrieval to be repurposed for reuse. In additional protectrons on the premises, damaged protectrons must be decommissioned. Please see menu for details. We're going to decommission them. Wait. Maybe decommissioned due to repair costs being greater.
My mere presence is enough to scare those troublemakers off.
Custom hardware for the red rocket proprietary. Oh, wait. These cores are.
A fake promotional campaign offering free quantum samples. Free samples? Don't make me laugh. They actually believe those fake flyers.
So now what? Is there anything more to that?
Yep, my security boys have been
I guess
all day.
that must have been it.
Been.
Some of these quests don't make any
We'll get
sense.
them cleared. I will catch that.
So, oh, here it is.
Thanks, Marco. I appreciate it.
And so, peace has returned to the Galactic Zone, and the Big Beaters' plans are foiled yet again. But the threat is far from over. Where will they strike next? How will our band of Nuka heroes save America's favorite beverage again? Tune in to the next episode of Tales from Nuka World. Stay tuned for adventure and
Uh-oh. Hey, I don't want to hurt you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Yeah, go have fun with your dough, Stag. Wait, who's this, though? Oh, it's another red stag dough.
To see Watoga High drama perform Armor Ace and the Power Patrol, the musical. Bring the whole family to come see their favorite Power
Yum.
Patrol.
I can make some maple syrup out of it. Well, I don't know if it's maple, but some kind of syrup.
It wasn't just
Oh god.
show the rest a point of view. Break out.
You know, it's interesting. Out of all the animals in Fallout, I think the mole rat is the only one that, while it's mutated, it keeps its name.
And more, like we've never seen it before.
Wait, where are these cores?
Nuka-Cola from the concession stand and get ready to laugh, cheer, and
So is the
sing
implication that the current mole rat is already mutated?
who wants to become
Maybe.
a real member of the Power Patrol can speak to a U.S. Army recruiter just outside.
Is this supposed to be a kid talking or something?
After the show. Spread the word to every nation. Liberty, your voice is strong. Doors open at 6 on Saturday,
Oh, wait.
November 6th.
There's one over here. Huh? There's nothing here. Huh? Oh god. Oh fuck. Wait, what am I thinking? Tambo time. Eat shit. Screw you. I'm only unidentified because you don't know me. Indivisible tempo time. Alright, we have to deposit them now. Better get something good for this. Went out of my way just to help you. Wait, can I can't fast travel there. This sounds like Hawaiian music, like lei music, you know?
Yeah, it definitely has some of that feel.
You've seen them at the circus. You've seen them at little Timmy's birthday party. You've even seen them on backwoods.
You know it's oh fuck.
But what if these friendly-faced fellows were actually frighteningly ferocious fanatics?
Alright, I just completed that. It's a daily? Oh fuck that shit. If it was a daily, I wouldn't have done it. Let's see, well, I better have gotten something cool from it.
Should you die of fright?
Oh fuck that. That was nothing. I thought this was a story quest. I mean, I guess I should have probably known better. Though there was one daily that we do need to do, and I think we already have everything we need for it. And in the meantime, it's 416. I need to start getting my 420 dab right. I guess in the meantime, we'll just listen to. Wait, where is it? Let's see. What were we talking about before that I was curious about? Let's see. FO76 Palace. Palace of the Winding Path. Lore. Oh, here.
Welcome back to the King's Corner, the place for all things Bethesda. I am the King Fan Man. And hey, if you love Bethesda and you're not a subscriber yet to the King Fan Man channel, why not? I talk about Bethesda all the time. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button and the notification bell too, so you'll be notified every time I upload a video. Today I have something very, very special for you. In the past, I did a series that was well received called Fallout 76 Scary Places. Well, this series is going to be kind of like that. It's called Fallout 76 Real Places, where I show you the history and the people behind the locations in Fallout 76. Now, today we go to a very, very unique place. In-game, it is called the Palace of the Winding Path. In real life, it is simply called the Palace of Gold. The Palace of Gold, or sometimes simply called the Palace by locals, is located in the beautiful mountains of Marshall County, West Virginia, near the town of Moundsville. It is a very odd sight, to say the least, and to say it stands out from its surroundings is a complete understatement. It has been called America's Taj Mahal. Of course, in Fallout 76, it is known as the Palace of the Winding Path. In real life, it is the town of Vrindavan. New Vrindavan is named after a holy city in India. And although it has hundreds of residents, it is not a city. It is an unincorporated town set aside as an international community. Today, the land consists of over 1,200 acres of gorgeous buildings, landscapes, lakes, homes, apartment buildings, a number of businesses and farms, and even a cemetery. It is truly a real self-sustaining community nestled deep in the West Virginia Appalachian hills. This extraordinary mountaintop was not always so beautiful. During the 1950s and early 60s, this mountain was owned by Richard Rose Jr. and was nothing more than farmland and clear cuts. A clear cut, of course, is where a logging company comes and cuts down Every single tree. They are taken and used either for lumber or paper. Needless to say, it leaves the land very exposed and ugly. And to make matters even worse, people from the nearby towns of Moundsville and Wheeling, West Virginia, were using a part of this land as a trash dump. All this began to change in the year 1968, when this land was acquired by Swami Bhaktapad. Now, Bhaktapad is the founder and leader of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Bhaktapad was actually born Keith Gordon Ham on September the 6th, 1937, in Peekskill, New York, about 90 minutes north of New York City. He was the youngest son of a conservative Baptist preacher, and his mom always said that he himself would one day make a great preacher. At 15, he left his happy home for a boarding school. It was during his high school years that Keith got very sick and was hospitalized. He was eventually diagnosed with polio, and though he would recover, he would be left with serious mobility issues for the rest of his life. He returned back to school, but he began to drink very heavily, and by age 18, his lifestyle was in complete contrast to his upbringing. In 1955, Keith graduated from high school and moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, and began attending Maryville College. But it wasn't long before he was kicked out of his dorm for reportedly smoking and partying. He and his parents had a huge falling out with one another over this issue. Keith even wrote his father a letter, rejecting both he and his mother and their religious teachings. His lifestyle soon spiraled out of control and into debauchery, with heavy drug use, alcoholism, sexual addiction, and more. This kind of lifestyle, of course, left Keith very empty and deeply depressed. In 1966, Keith found the teachings of Hare Krishna, which would change his life forever. In 1967, the very charismatic Keith
I'm pretty sure it's Hare Krishna, not Harry Krishna.
Ham was advancing in the teachings of Krishna so well.
Ones I've seen aren't very hairy, that's for sure.
What?
I said the ones I've seen aren't very hairy. They tend to have shaved heads.
And was made a Swami near the top of the order in Vrindavan, India, the birthplace of Krishna. But it wasn't long before Keith, now named Bhaktapad, had a falling out with his leader in India and defiantly left India, going back to the group of followers in New York. Keith had a plot to set himself up as their leader, but they rejected him and even expelled him from their order. In March of 1968, Keith saw an ad in the paper for land in West Virginia. Richard Rose Jr. was looking to lease the land to anyone who would settle it. 1968 was the height of the counterculture hippie movement in America. And Richard, the owner of the land, envisioned a place where all people could come, no matter their religion or beliefs, and find fellowship and peace. Upon arriving in West Virginia, Keith loved the land and had huge ambitions for its future. He promised to follow Richard's wishes for the land, but knowing all along he planned to build a huge Krishna temple. In fact, he wanted to build a complete replica of the town in India he had lived in, Vrindavan. This is how the land in West Virginia eventually gets his name, New Vrindavan. He signed a 99-year lease for the land. So Keith, who is calling himself Bhaktapad Swami, soon reached out to his former leader. Remember the one he defiantly left in India? Well, he wanted help, financial help, in order to get to building on the land in West Virginia. So how did this charismatic Swami get his former Swami to accept him back in good favor and to get financial help? Well, he promised to devote the glorious temple to his former leader. Well, that was just enough, and Keith was back in business. Keith and a small group of followers began work on the town in 1968. It wasn't long before the landowner was furious when he found out that everyone on his land was a follower of Krishna. He had wanted a place for all faiths. For the next few years, their numbers steadily grew, and they began to farm the land and quickly became a self-reliant community. Money was also rolling in because every member of the community would give up all their earthly possessions upon entering citizenship in New Vrindaban. In 1972, they had raised enough money to begin construction on the palace. Now, they would begin the project with $600,000 worth of materials, and all the work was to be completed by the members of the community. It would take 7 years and $2.1 million to complete this magnificent structure. From 1979, with the completion of the palace, to 1987, also known as the Golden Age of New Vrindaban, the community thrived. The property expanded to over 2,500 acres and over 600 resident devotees of all ages. They were completely self-sustaining with many farms and farm animals of all kinds, plus shops where residents could trade for all their needs. In just a few short years, this rugged piece of land, isolated in the West Virginian hills, had gone from one small shack with no electricity to a place that CNN called America's Taj Mahal and one of the 8 religious wonders of the USA. It was not only a place where new devotees were flocking to, it was also open for tourists, and thousands were coming to see this new wonder, the Palace of Gold. Money continued to flow into New Vrindaban, too much money. And it was found later that their leader, Swami Keith, acquired over $10 million just for himself in the first 4 years he was there. And that's not counting the almost $3 million he raised and gave for construction of the palace. So how was he getting all that money? Well, it's already been said that he would get all the worldly possessions of the community's members. But this even falls way short of the $13 million he had obtained in those short 4 years. According to former members, Keith had slowly built a personal cult for himself, funded by illegal activities that included alleged drug running, prostitution, mail fraud, and even murder. By 1987, many in the community became disenchanted with Keith's leadership, and some began to leave. In 1988, even the wider Krishna community outside of New Vrindaban blacklisted both Keith and the whole community. Former members again reported that Keith was carried around on a jeweled seat, and all the devotees would bow when he passed by. They were forced to work 14 to 18 hours a day for no pay. He also ordered the construction of an arsenal so they could make weapons to defend the community from any outsiders. In 1990, Keith was arrested and indicted for mail fraud, pedophilia, and conspiring to murder 2 of his followers. He was later allowed to plea bargain and plead guilty for racketeering while still denying a role in the killings. He was eventually sentenced to 20 years in a North Carolina prison, and he was barred for life from Krishna and his mountain commune in West Virginia. Now, after this episode, throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, the numbers at New Vrindaban continued to dwindle, but the ones that remained began to rebuild it and to restore their public image. According to a 2010 U.S. Census, the population of New Vrindaban was 352. In 2011, they began a large restoration of the palace and the grounds. It would take $4.5 million and hours of work to bring this amazing place back to its original splendor. The Palace of Gold is not just gold in color, but it is made with 22-karat gold leaf on its domes and other places. They also spared no expense with replacing and fixing the exotic onyx, teak, crystal, and 17 different kinds of marble from 17 different countries. And all of these beautiful things fills the interior and the exterior of this beautiful complex. In the year 2000, the town was taken off the blacklist and accepted back into the Krishna faith. And during the next 10 years, restoration would be completed, along with the construction of a new temple on the grounds, the Radha Gopinath Temple, which is the first of a 7 temples project. In 2018, New Vrindavan celebrated its golden day, reminiscent of its glory days back in the early 1980s. And in January of 2021, as the Krishnas observed 40 years in their Marshall County home, their joy was twofold, as a several-year undertaking to have the Palace of Gold recognized on the registry as a historic place was approved. Today, New Vrindavan is supported by a growing congregation, and they often host grand festivals, conferences, and an estimated 50,000 tourists and pilgrims each year. And it just so happens to be the largest Hare Krishna group in all of America. So the next time you visit the palace, you will now know the real story behind this gorgeous landmark of West Virginia and the people who built it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think the guy's big mistake was going back to Keith.
Was what?
Was going back to Keith. He should have stuck with Bhaktapad. Bhaktapad is a whole lot better first name than Keith.
Yeah. Wait, really? You think so?
Yeah, I know lots of Keith. I don't know any Bhaktapads.
I think it was Quadapod? I don't know.
Oh, it sounded like he was saying it with a B.
Octoquad or something.
Octaquad would even be better.
I don't know. But let's see. Present your screen window here.
Because I was going to say, legally, could you argue those people aren't your, a jury of your peers if your name is, Octaquad?
I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. It's tough to sit there and say that, Mary, Bob, Sue, and, Fred are your peers then.
Here, check out all this loot. But yeah, I just I did an event, so I didn't see all the pictures that they were showing, unfortunately. But I'd always watch that another time. I listened, which I was fascinated by that history. I would have never known. I mean, I guess it only makes sense, but at the same time, like, it's not something you'd necessarily think about.
No, I had never heard of the palace before, and I've spent time in West Virginia.
See, so I need to go deconstruct some of this stuff. I honestly wish that there would. I really don't see why they could always just make certain things more expensive, but I don't see why they even put a cap on the caps you can get like every day, because it almost makes it feel like not natural. You know what I mean? It's like maybe one thing if they each I get it, but having them have it be shared across all the vendors, it's like it doesn't feel, it's very immersion breaking.
No, I hear that. Again, the idea of daily missions is kind of immersion breaking too, but it just depends on what works for you and what doesn't.
Let's see. Weapon. Oh shit! I don't have a lot of space, so I just need to figure out a fire axe. Wait, how much is weight? It weighs. Oh, that's another thing I need to keep in mind. I need to. Okay, let's see. By weight. Right here. Cool Q. Apparel. Oh, that would be it. Oh wow, I just got a lot of. Well, that will definitely. Wait, so if let's see, weapons. Anything that doesn't weigh too much. Oh yeah, I just need to figure this out. Fire axe 3. This is 30. Oh, okay, by weight. Need to find the stuff that. Let's see. One. Let's see how am I going to do this. So there's. I honestly do not know how I'm going to do this. 10, 10, 10. Aid, maybe. What do I have here that this stuff weighs like nothing, but it weighs a lot in there. So if I take out all this, glowing blood pack, antibiotics. Okay, so now if I take all of this armor, it should all, yeah, it'll all fit. Sweet. Better living through science. Now I can also get rid of any excess. Okay, let's see. Weapons. And now I'm below the carry weight. Also, I'm at the point where I have so many grenades that I literally am trying to use them to get rid of them.
So you can't sell them?
Oh, I mean, I can, but I have other stuff that expires that's better to sell.
Makes sense.
Let's see. 1 second. Okay, Google. Wait, what am I looking for? Oh, that person's dead. Oh, 52 honey. Oh, right. Weapons. Is there anything else I could get rid of? Okay, by weight. Armor. It's probably going to be the stack weight. So stack weight. Honey, 15 honey. So. Oh wow, the pumpkins weigh that much. Okay. Aid. Stack weight 18. I guess what I could always do is could always try to sell some of it. The only thing is I don't know how that will work. Okay, wait, I can use that. Junk. Ammo. Is there any ammo that I can get rid of? Plasma core. Do I have any fusion cores? Most wanted. Oh, dang, there's another event. I'm going to go to that quickly and then we'll continue where we were. I have a feeling, is it that... I think I... Wait, am I... Oh, that's what it is. I know what the problem was. Just need to put on my armor. Apparel. Okay, yeah, that's a bit better. Is there anything that I can deconstruct? Junk. Wait, I dropped steel? Why did I drop steel? Fusion core. Well, I don't need that fusion core. Okay, so this new event, most wanted. There. But yeah, the one thing that I think is kind of interesting though about the Brotherhood of Steel is that a lot of people view them as the good guys, but really they're like, I don't know. I just have a hard time seeing them as the good guys. I mean, like, you know, I guess trying to apply good or bad to them isn't necessarily really the best thing because you're not going to end up finding something that they really fit into.
Well, part of their design of the factions is each faction has something that that's appealing to them, and each of them kind of has something that they kind of screw up too. It's like they kind of have to have both aspects of them.
Oh, so it's kind of realistic that way.
Yeah.
So we're loading into the Wild West Showdown. It's Bandito o'clock at the Wild West Showdown. Head on over to the town for some rootin', tootin', shootin', and lootin'. Lootin' townsfolk and safes for buckaroos. Deposit the loot in the getaway wagon before time runs out. After lootin', you'll need to defend the wagon at high noon to win the game. Yeehaw! We're going back to the Old West. I wonder if they have tumbleweed. Doesn't get you high, but it does tumble. Wait, come on, load. I wanted enough time to say everything. Okay, there. But, not, okay. Let's see.
When the sheriff is away, what? Head over to the Wild West Showdown.
Hey there. Oh, here's tumbleweed. Let's see. What should I use for this? Western Spirit. I'm gonna, yeah, here. Pick this lock array. Give me your money, stick 'em up. Hey, miss. Sorry, pardon me. Picking the safe. I'm going to wait till they get to like 300, and then I'll deposit everything I have. So I'm just going to knock it out of the park. Stick 'em up. I promise I won't shoot. I just want your money. Well, pardon. I'm not going to shoot the people I'm robbing. Only the people trying to stop me. Oh, shoot. I'm overweight. Uh-oh. No. So where are they nuking? Oh, it's Cranberry Bog. Dang it. Well, okay. Once I finish this, then I'll join them to kill Scorched Queen. and then we'll start. I wish there wasn't so much stuff, because with my ADHD, it's like I feel like I have to do everything, and inevitably I barely end up doing anything. Apparently, if you shoot both their arms, they explode. Yeah, check this out. I don't know if it's... Well, not quite exploding, but...
It's something.
Wait, did that just explode? I think it did it. Alright, let's turn this in. Hopefully it's enough. And was it? Yep, it was. 655, not 666, but almost. Wait, gold varmint? That's actually really cool. I wish it was gold. Like it would give gold. Yeehaw, doggy! Death from above. 19 seconds till touchdown. I wonder, probably won't be able to see it from here, but if I do look to the west... Wait, no, to the east. Look east. Look to the east, child. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, is this the east? Oh, I just heard... Well, you can hear something. Alright, sweet, it's done. Oh, wait, here. I'm getting away before it explodes. Oh shit, what am I going to do about my inventory? Oh, here. Luckily it's right over here. Anything I don't really need. Let's see. I'll deal this later. Just throw away everything into here. Okay, here, and then deposit this all here. Oh, here. Scorched earth. Phew, that was close. I didn't know if I'd make it because sometimes people kill it really quickly. But yeah, at some point it would be cool to find like other people who play this game and like who'd want to stream, but I have no clue who. Also, one of the downsides is if you're using anything that uses your microphone, you can't use something else at the same time. So basically, that means that you either have to talk to people on like some, third-party program or through the game, which means you basically can't stream and talk to people in the game.
I was going to say, if you're streaming the game, wouldn't it pick up their voices via the audio of the game?
Oh, I mean it will, but my point is you can't talk to people who are in the game. Oh no, wait, do they? Oh, okay. I thought. Oh shit! Shit! I'm going to die if I don't. What the fuck? Barrel. Oh, what? Where you go? Where's the hitbox? It's like not registering. Oh, what the? What on earth was this? Kind of want to go into one of those pits one time, but I don't think it's going to end well if I do. Is this mushrooms on this? That's wild. Alright, let's see. Anything else here? Oh, shit. I forgot I don't have my jetpack on. Okay, here. Why is it going so slow? radiation fluids, please. Oh, fuck. What? Oh, what the fuck? That's bullshit. It's like there's lag or something. I couldn't go to my healing. Shit. We'll drop to loot and then we'll get the hell out of here. What? No, and this is almost broken. Shit. I just hope somebody doesn't take my shit.
Are you tired of the rat race, the hustle and bustle, and the governments with their atom-bomb bingo? Do you remember the simpler times of peace and prosperity, when the world still had meaning? Perhaps
Oh no, come on. I don't need another Scorched Beast after me right now.
Employing ancient techniques honed by ascetic monks.
Wait, oh. Yeah, they're talking about it.
Will take you on a journey of hunger
Yep.
and fulfillment to help you rediscover the one person you've neglected in these anxious, trying times. Yourself.
Everyone here is they taught me wholeness and how to be born. Suddenly, the very now in America, thank you so much. I learned to part from the material. With every dollar I gave away, I found the hurt fleeing from my body. Now
You're not sharing screen.
Oh, I'm not?
I think that's just
Nope.
When did that stop? For how
When
long?
you died. When you died.
Oh, weird.
I've done something greater.
I don't know how that happened.
Every day I cleanse my spirit, and I find myself thinking about them less and less.
Wait, so how did you hear the... Oh, is it just through my audio?
Yeah, I'm hearing her talk through the audio.
Oh no.
There you go.
Shit. It broke. Fuck this shit. Oh wait, where are you? Let's break out the ultrasight. Or sorry, plasma. Nope. It's ridiculous. Come on, just land.
Well, I stopped the alien invasion. Saved the planet once more. Time for an ice cold beer.
What is it, ice cold? Or is it room temperature?
Room temperature is not. My camp was outside.
What is outside? Isolated like myself, fresh air is nothing but a wild convenience. A lovely detour. On the road, I heard the fire now. And a room. And when you walk inside, you'll find its contents are not nor cold, but rather the perfect room temperature.
Ha!
How is this not landing? You know what? No, we're getting out the fixer.
That hits the spot. And it's all thanks to the good people at Appalachian Wasteland. They're the real ones. Call your local retailer and reserve your order today.
Welcome back to Zorbo's Revenge. Tonight, in Chapter 6, Dr. Zorbo finds himself on the technologically advanced planet Outcast. Whose inhabitants are so focused on technological advancement that they have no idea what to do with their bounty of scientific developments. Zorbo and the planet
No. Oh, come on. No, it broke. It broke. Shit.
development of the ultimate super weapon, the Star Ranger.
Oh, thank God.
You don't understand the importance of my mission. Get out of my sight immediately. Why, I never. Get out, or I shall be forced to call the guards. The incompetence of this planet is nauseating. I thought for certain that I would be able to
See,
find the scientists here.
shit, nobody has a camp up. What? Why did that just fall out of the sky?
This wretched plan.
I apologize in advance for the irritating interview coordinator, but she refused to allow me in. Don't worry, she's not dead, but she won't be waking up anytime soon. Now we can speak in private. Dr. Zorbo.
I mean, just one more. Sure, a little bit.
Oh, sweet. Someone set this up, though.
Violently barging here and then expect to get an audience with me.
There's no need to be so uptight, Dr. Zorbo. You're in the company of pets and brides, fearless prodigy, floating face Farah. I have a proposition for you today that I believe.
Sweet. Gatling laser. I just unlocked something for that. Hatchet. Pickaxe.
Look, I've seen enough useless inventions today. Guards, remove her from my sight.
Unfortunately, the guards won't be coming, Dr. Zorbo. I took the liberty of disabling them in advance to avoid any unnecessary interruption.
Then it seems I must remove you myself. You've made a great mistake by angering me today, floating face Farah. I am the unstoppable Dr. Zorbo. In a fury, Dr. Zorbo throws a mighty punch to face Farah. As Zorbo lunges forward, Farah deftly reveals a hidden holster underneath her suit jacket. She draws the weapon with expert precision, firing a seemingly fatal shot directly into Zorbo's chest. Is this the end for Dr. Zorbo? Know that I shall haunt you forever, you pest.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep all my junk on me that won't, or that like needs to be scrapped in order to be stored.
Of course not, Dr. Zorbo. That was merely a stunt raid to prove my skills. Why would I want to kill
Let's
my
see.
future employer?
I'll keep some.
I suppose you showed
How much is
some
this? 5.
Perhaps
So-
I was too hasty in my judgment. All right, you have my
Let's
attention.
see.
Excellent. I knew we could have a civil discussion. Quite frankly, I grow tired of my home planet. None of my fellow Kensonians have any grand ambition. They invent useless trinkets without any purpose, immediately neglecting them to discover something new. I refuse to continue participating in this pointless cycle. Please allow me to join your cause so that I can finally see my invention put to real use.
And so it seems there's at least one scientist on this planet who isn't a complete fool. But you're aware that there's a glaring problem
Let's
with your
see.
proposition, Farah. I cannot kill Captain Cosmos with mere stun rays.
Not to worry, Dr. Zorbo. That's where my latest creation comes into play. The Food Blaster 9000. It generates a 1 billion gigawatt laser, which is separated into millions of more controllable micro lasers. These micro lasers are then shot at the food thousands of times within a nanosecond. Any meal will be perfectly heated and ready for consumption in under a second.
I don't really follow. Are you actually proposing we melt his tongue by superheating his lunch? My plan is much larger than that. It's enormous, even. What I need is to complete the Star Mangler's main cannon to absolutely pulverize Captain Cosmos and his puny planet Earth.
Allow me to reiterate. 1 billion gigawatt laser. If focused on a single target. From my calculations, that much energy would be capable of destroying an entire star system.
Am I missing something? Why is it?
Now, Dr. Zorbo?
Absolutely brilliant standing ovation.
Oh, I know what it is.
Floating face fun. As of this moment, I officially declare you my Lord of Destruction. You will join me and bring life to the greatest super weapon of all time, the Star Mangler.
Finally, the universe will know the name Floating Base Banner.
Oh, no, for fuck's sake.
With the Lord of Destruction now in his ranks, Dr. Zorbo moves one step closer to complete construction of the Star Mangler. Will Captain Cosmos prevail against such a powerful superweapon? Or is Earth doomed to become space dust? Find out more in the exciting next chapter of Zorbo's Revenge. Word is, Brotherhood keeps you so seconds.
See, ammo, missile. Wait, what do I have that's taking so much space? This makes no sense. Apparel. This really makes no sense to me. I wait. 95. Yeah, nothing here is that heavy. I'm literally so lost.
Do you have way more of one type of ammo than you're aware of?
It's possible. When in fast travel in my camp. See what I can drop off.
Just sharing with you some of the things that trip me up in these games.
The night sky sure is beautiful up here on Lookout Point. Not nearly as beautiful as you are, though.
Oh, Tommy, you're the sweetest. It's a little chilly tonight, but the view is breathtaking.
Here, let me warm you up a bit.
Did you hear that? I think someone is out there.
No way. It's your imagination. Now, where were we? Oh, no! Susie!
Tommy, save me!
Young man, this is impossible. I refuse to believe that a giant bug destroyed your car and kidnapped your girlfriend. Now, if you're done wasting my time, I have actual crimes to supernatural union of nature and radioactive fire. Creatures so terrifying that words cannot describe the horror those macabre, mutated menaces will bring. Those coming to a theater near you this summer.
Alright, let's see. I still don't know what's taking up so much space. This makes no sense.
As Dr. Zorbo makes his way to the
I like
world of Ball,
got rid of everything that was taking up all that
General
space.
confusion. Here, in the floating wave city, Dr. Zorbo seeks the recently invented Phlogiston Drive.
Inventory.
A terrible power that is perfectly suited to serve his fearsome star mangler. We join the action as Dr. Zorbo and General Confusion stalk the salt-sprayed streets of nighttime Wave City, approaching the warehouse where the Phlogiston
Have an
Drive
idea.
is stored. Quiet now, General. Dr. Zorbo fears no man. However, we must take the drive under cover of darkness. This engine is a formidable source of power. At the heart of my star mangler. No authority in the galaxy will be able to stop me in my quest to destroy Captain Cosmos. And lastly, we shall use the repulsive.
All I know is General Confusion needs a sidekick named Major Disaster.
That's good. Oh, I think I might know what it is.
General Confusion, a bold entrance, exactly as planned. Your fearsomeness is matched only by your foolishness, General. Let us act with haste before your blundering attracts unwanted attention. Inside the darkened space of the warehouse, Dr. Zorbo seeks out the crate where the Phlogiston Drive
So it's
is
not
stored,
that.
only to find that someone else has gotten there first. Get a move on, boys! That high-tech whatchamacallit is going to make me the richest octopus this side of the galactic center. Boss, I don't know how we're going to get this thing out of here. Ain't none of us strong enough to lift it. Come on, those empty grab dollies over there, you morons. Any other you sea cucumbers got any dumb questions? I got 8 arms and a saw for every one of them. So think real careful, like, before you ask. I crawled out of the sea and built a criminal empire the likes of which this planet has never seen. And I still gotta put up with these pokers. Dr. Zorbo, that squid is stealing the engine we came to steal. Are we stealing from them or are they stealing from us? What's that? Somebody call me a squid? I cannot imagine why I brought you on a stealth mission, General. Agreed, Dr. Zorbo. A job like this requires daring and a full frontal assault, exactly as we discussed. Whoever you are back there, you better get ready to sleep with the fishes. I got a whole chopper squad here to fill you full of holes. Get 'em, boys! Dr. Zorbo and General Confusion hide behind a wall of crates as the Ascaploid monsters' weapons rain screaming energy blasts in their direction.
Oh, I think I know what it is. It must be the armor.
Shall not go unavenged. These hooligans will flee without their leader. Cut off the heads.
Oh, no, I know what it is. It's the blight. I can't believe I didn't realize this before.
It was a metaphor, you simpleton. Swiftly now, General. Use your optical beam disintegrator and destroy this monster mollusk.
Nothing could be simpler for the steely warlord of Spipula.
General Confusion's optical disintegrator lances
See
skyward.
effects.
In a brilliant blast of
-1 to all stats.
That's
probably it.
Landing upon the advancing gunman.
That'd be my bet.
Consider what I meant, buffoon. However, I cannot fault the results. So now, to face this eight-legged strong
At least somewhat.
Dr. Zorbo and General Confusion emerge from their hiding place, squaring off against the furious Octosaw. So, you're the creeps trying to muscle in on my legitimate theft. A kid man and a bubble-brained clown. Well, that might be a fancy weapon you got, but I ain't met a goon yet who can face down the furious blades of Octosaw. I'm gonna cut you both down to chop. So could be hiding Confusion. He may have 8 arms, but he can't move in 2 directions at the same time.
A cunning plan.
the answer. Oh, forget it. Octosaw, is it? Look, if profit is your goal, perhaps I have an offer that would interest you. Yeah, it'd have to be pretty good. This here floaty Watson is worth a lot of credits. Why shouldn't I just kill you and take it? Well then, I shall tell you. Imagine the money you could make with the power of the most fearsome evil mind in the galaxy.
Now we're going to get the daily turned in.
Empire when, with my help, you spread it well beyond this soggy den of misery. Imagine what you could get away with in a galaxy without that do-gooder, Captain Cosmos. I am the once and future Emperor of the universe, Dr. Zorbo. Give me the Flunston Drive and join me in my quest to reclaim my throne. And I shall bring you power and wealth, undreamt of, and your little octo fantasies. Emperor, eh? Sounds like a lot of dough in that racket. Oh, yes. Fathomless riches. All yours, too. If you help me. All right, Zorbo, you got yourself a deal. I need a vacation anyway. But you even think of cutting me out of the payoff, and perish the thought. And so, the evil Dr. Zorbo enlisted the help of the smallest mob possible, gaining yet another villainous ally in his quest to defeat Captain Cosmos once and for all. The Star Angler moves ever closer to completion as Dr. Zorbo installs its new Phlogiston Drive, with the typical terror of Octosaw at his side, and General Confusion's confusion corrected. What malevolent master of mayhem will Dr. Zorbo seek out next?
Where'd the Yowboy go off to?
That's right, it's time for the Halloween night demolition derby! Right here at the Tyler County Dirt Track, with Hot Rod Daniels on the track. Anything can happen, folks, so you're not gonna want to miss that. Come on out on Halloween Sunday and watch these brave men and women battle for derby domination. Does a fusion fleet have what it takes against a careening Corbin? Or will it get stopped like a bug? The only way to find out is to be there. Toga Honda Body Club is
Oh,
keeping
shit.
our event safe again this year with a double body gun. If you're on the track, you're either surrounded by steel
Wait, where
or
did-
made of steel.
Please do not strike me with your tornado atomic VA.
Where did it?
Tickets and concession sales help support the
Where's the loot?
So come on out, enjoy a big-ass build-up, and show your support for the finest minds of the
I guess I have to find. Yeah, here.
I hope I am still operational next year.
Here, now I can do aerial loot.
County Dirt Track, where the fun comes at you. Hell!
Simple, you said for Ellen already. Of course you want more. Here's the list. Simple, you said for Ellen already. Of course you want more. Here's the list. I'll show you this was the last one. Sting with mine.
Wait, please tell me. Give me a possum badge. Please give me a possum badge. Possum badge. Give me a possum badge. A possum badge. Come on, please give me a possum badge. Possum badge, possum badge, possum badge. And you didn't give me one, damn it. Let's see, so yeah, we need 6 more now. So now that I did that, here. Let's see where we can get here, and then we'll just teleport from here. Alright, it's loading in. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, 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 rod. New. Alright, come on, load. Alrighty. It's been a while. And see, that's the thing that's annoying. If you're loading in and the track that's on in the in-game radio ends, then it waits until it's finished loading to start a new one, which is kind of annoying and immersion breaking. All right, let's see. So now we have to go to Pioneer Scout Camp.
Tonight, we bring you Chapter 3, the final installment of Escape from the 42nd Century, the exciting conclusion of this classic tale from the Atomic Chronicles of K.D. Inkwell. Deep under the sprawling metropolis of Sector 19 above, we rejoin our hero in the sewers below, in the company of the human resistance to mine, who seek to sublimate the last of the uninvolved into their genetically altered collective consciousness.
Quite resistance you have gathered here, Jason.
These are all the brave warriors of individuality. The mind has control, but we have ourselves.
Where did those crazy walking dolphins come from, anyway?
The mind was not always. The science of long ago had discovered the secret of the triple helix. Thus was born the seeds of our genetic oppression. Soon after were developed the first minds. From then, war.
And those tuna-smelling porpoise people used Station Sigma to convert humans into their ranks. Against their will?
Station Sigma is the end of many individuals. Caitlin Peyton Brayton is their my sister. Tomorrow she will be singular no more.
Your sister is going to be turned into one of those things? We have to stop them.
We are the individuals.
Individuals are strong. Together.
Individuals.
All right, so I think it's the Atomic. Yeah. Atomic's fan. You right? So little atoms are made up of a few essential parts. Which of the following is not part of an atom? An assaultron is not part of an atom. That's funny. You there?
Yep.
All right. Just making sure I wasn't just talking to myself. In the theory of relativity, E equals mc squared. What does the C represent? Wait, let's see. Energy is mass times light.
Speed of light, yeah.
What were the other options? The speed of a fusion flee supreme. That's fun. I don't even know what that is. It's probably some like in-game, hot rod or some shit. Elements have families. Like you and me, which of the following is not a family of elements in the periodic table? The Roberts. What about the Joneses? It kind of sucks because none of these questions are actually that difficult, except for maybe the E equals MC squared. Like, I mean, not even difficult, but just, okay, the subatomic particle with the same mass as an electron, but with a positive charge is known as a, but with positron. Wait, no, is it?
Yeah, it's a positron.
Interesting. Oh, I used to play, what was it? City of Heroes, and one of the characters was positron. All right, show question.
Yeah, City of Heroes was a good game.
Oh, you played it too?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I love that game. It was one of my first MMOs. Be careful. You'll get sick if you handle radioactive elements for too long. Which of the following elements is not radioactive and safe to handle as much as you want? Oxygen. Interesting. Imagine someone's like, oh, yeah, I can handle polonium or uranium. It was named polonium after Marie Curie being from Poland, right?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, so we just got third. So we got that. So now if we go here, world Possum badge. So we need 5 more now. So here we have photographer, which we need to do, and then metal worker. What do we have left for metal worker? Silver ore. So we might as well just get that out of the way. So photographer. Photographer. Start exam. Alfonso likes to sleep in, so he always keeps his room as dark as possible. One day he wakes up to find an upside-down image of his neighbor's house projected onto his wall. What do you call this crazy phenomenon? What the heck? Any clue?
Read the question again.
Alfonso likes to sleep in, so he always keeps his room as dark as possible. One day he wakes up to find an upside-down image of his neighbor's house projected onto his wall. What do you call this crazy phenomenon? Tenebris locus, senility, camera obscura, or photogenesis?
Camera obscura.
Interesting. What's the context, though? Like, why would it be projected?
Well, it's inherently projected through a small aperture.
Oh, I see. So when the image was taken, it got obscured.
More or less, it's like that's the name that they used back in the Renaissance for it when it was developed.
Interesting.
I'm not sure why they chose that name, but that's the effect.
All right, so let's see. Hannah is trying to make her own photographic film. She needs to coat the film in a gelatin that has light-sensitive crystals in it. What kind of crystal should she use? Is it sodium halide? Sodium halide, sodium chloride, amethyst, or ice?
No, silver halide.
Oh, sorry. I meant that. It's that one, right?
Yeah.
Is that like why it's a silver screen, or is that completely different?
No. Well, no. The reason why it's called silver screen is the screen itself had some silver on it.
Oh, interesting.
For reflectivity. Yeah.
All right. Photography projects light onto a surface to create a visible image, but the surface must be sensitive to light for this to happen. Sensitive to light for this to happen. What's another word for light sensitivity? Is it light shyness or is it photosensitivity? I don't know why.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I thought it said photosensitive, but it was just light sensitive. It's like light sensitive and photosensitive are the same word, just one's a mix of Greek and English, the other is only English. You're taking pictures of Mark, but he seems blurry when looking through the viewfinder. You can make an adjustment to the lens range to make him look clear. What are you adjusting when you do this? The focus, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny. What are you adjusting? You're adjusting Mark. Okay. Question. When light travels through a camera lens and hits the film, it goes through a hole in the front of the... Oh, I know this because you just said it. It goes through a hole on the front of the camera that sets how much light gets through. What is this hole called? An aperture, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's funny. Okay, 3. So now we need... All right, 4. We need 4 more now. So we're going to take the... I think... What was it? It was... Let's see. World. Was it no, it was metal worker. Metal worker, and then was there anything else? Yeah, that's really all we need to do for now. Metal worker. Metal worker, start exam. Okay. Metalworking uses certain general processes that modify worked metal. Which of the following is not one of these processes? Gelding. Oh, that's castrating a livestock animal. Hannah prefers using machine tools when tinkering with metal objects in her workshop. They're so much more convenient than hand tools. What metalworking occupation would be perfect fit for Hannah? Machinist. Erin is learning blacksmithing from her uncle. When working the forge, she uses a device called bellows on the fire. What is the main purpose of bellows? Feeding it oxygen. Feeding the fire with air. That was funny. Was it playing accordion like music? Blast furnaces smelt metal on an industrial scale. They work by feeding fuel, ore, and limestone in the top, while a blast of wood is blown into the bottom. Oxygen, right? Or is it hot air?
It's got to be hot air.
Yeah. Sewage, magma, or water. That's wild. Imagine sewage. Hot sewage. Shit question. You're lacking for metalworking materials for use in your workshop. Luckily, there are all kinds of things lying around the house that make good scrap. Which of the following everyday metals can be scrapped from? Everyday objects can be scrapped for metal. A wrench, a typewriter, or a fire extinguisher. All of the above.
All of the above.
Yeah. So that means that now we have. I wanted to see what else was easy, just so that I can. Because honestly, there's nothing particularly interesting about getting them done except for taking the quiz. So I'll just do any of the quizzes of the ones that I know I'll get done soon. So let's see. Gardener. All we need for that is a shovel to plant 2 more gourds and to kill 8 rabbits and 4 rats. So, here.
Killed the wabbit. Killed the wabbit.
Gardener, start exam. You're hiking in the woods, gathering new seeds for your garden. You notice some fruit growing on a bush, but when you reach out to pick it, you nick your finger on a prickly bramble. What type of fruit usually grows on bramble bushes like this? Blackberries.
Yep.
Ugh, I've done that personally. Not fun. Oh, actually, wait. They're in season in the summer, right?
I think so.
Interesting. I'll have to go by ASU sometime to get some of the blackberries. They have blackberry bushes. That's where I nicked myself. Samuel grows potatoes in his garden so he can cook and eat them whenever he wants. Potatoes are grown all over the place, but they originally started in a small range. Where in the world did people first grow potatoes? It was South America, right?
No.
Really?
No. That's you're thinking sweet potatoes for South America.
Potato origin.
My guess would be either.
Yeah, I'm right. Peruvian, Bolivian, Andes.
Really? Okay. For regular potatoes, huh?
Yeah. And they were brought over by the Spaniards. And then it got introduced to Irish, and from there, you got the whole Irish thing. Mark knew locust swarms are notorious for destroying crops, but he was surprised to learn what locusts are. That locusts are just another common garden insect. Which insect? Grasshoppers. Yummy too, especially if you're a Yemenite, because they can halakhically kosherly eat certain grasshoppers. When Barry plays baseball, he's always chewing on the seeds of a pretty garden plant. Which plant has seeds that are popular with baseball players? Sunflower. It's funny. Tobacco is not a pretty garden plant.
Now, I'm with the school of just because you're legally allowed to eat something doesn't mean you should.
What are you talking about?
It's like just because locusts would be kosher, that's not necessarily a reason that somebody should run out and eat locusts. At least not to me.
If they eat all your food, though, you got to eat something. All right. You're starting a garden just to grow some food for cooking at home. What's this kind of simple garden called? That's a hanging garden, is it? Or is it an English garden? A kitchen garden?
Kitchen garden.
All right, sweet. Did that. Let's see. So, what is left? So, musician. Let's see. Minor. What's left to do there? I mean, honestly, yeah. Might as well just do them now so that I don't have to worry about streaming it later and being self-conscious about like, oh, I should have done that. Even though it's not like I really need to do any of it. Okay, archaeologist. Start exam. Show question. Some archaeologists think the ruins of Wilusa are a city from the famous Greek legend. Which city? Troy. Wilusa. Yeah, Ilusa. I forget what the connection to Troy is, like how the names connect. But you've dug up a beautiful gold necklace at a. Oh wait, when's that? Troy. Yeah. Wait, I did answer Troy this time, right? Yeah, Troy. Morgantown, Sparta, or Atlantis. Also. Beautiful gold necklace on excavation. Where does the necklace belong? In my mantle, in a museum, around my neck, around my dog's neck. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Well, if you're Schliemann, it's around his wife's neck, but yeah.
True. Which West Virginia county takes its name from a local indigenous culture? Putnam, Rowan, Barber, Kanawha. It's got to be Kanawha, right?
Kanawha.
Where is that?
That's in the general territory you're going with.
Oh.
There's the Kanawha River.
Oh, I know. It's like on the far left of this map. You've taken excavated material back to your lab and sorted it. What should be your next step? Clean and conserve fragile pieces. I should know this. I'm starting to be, well, I mean, not like an anthropologist, but like, I guess technically anyone who studies anthropology is an anthropologist, so never mind. Archaeology does not belong in which of the following? Excavation, sunburns, museums, or gunfight. What? Does not include which? Oh! Sunburns, excavation, museums. I mean, it could include gunfights, let's be real, but I think that's the answer. You score. Oh, interesting, but I guess I wasn't tracking that, so it didn't show me. Right, world. Archaeologist. Yeah, so I got that. Backpacker. So we need backpacker, chemist, collector. Backpacker. Don't hitchhike. When is the best time to start setting up camp? Several. That's a problem for another camper to figure out when you want to take a nap. Middle of the night, several hours before sunset. It's got to be that before sunset. Mary has just returned from the store with brand new camping supplies. What should she do with them first? Throw them in the trunk of her car and start heading to a campsite. Return the supplies to the store. Nature will supply all that she needs on the camping trip. Familiarize herself with all the equipment by signing up before the trip. Let's see. Skim through the instruction. This third one. Show question. Leave no trace, survivors, witnesses, or leftovers. It's trace, right?
Yep.
Backpacker exam. After collecting water from a natural water source that you intend to drink, you should let it boil for... Boil it, but then it would be hot. That's silly. 1 to 3 weeks, 1 minute, add a rolling boil, or at least 1 full day. It's got to be 1 minute, right?
It's either 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute at a rolling boil. Yeah.
Oh, so that means like once it's boiling.
Yeah, it needs to have that active boil where it's all active. That's the rolling boil.
Richie and Ted have been scouting campsites all morning. Which of the following would make the best campsite? Close to a stream or a gentle hill in the middle of a well-trodden path, a cave filled with bones, or a steep cliff near the side of a mountain with the best view, of course. The first one. Oh, I got that one.
I don't know. I kind of like the cave with bones.
Yeah, it's like. Actually, I don't have a funny comeback for that. Chemist. Start exam. Ancient alchemists once tried to turn lead into gold. It sounds silly, but chemicals actually transform all the time. What do you call the process by which one chemical becomes another? Chemical transformation, chemical reaction, right?
Do they have transmutation?
No.
Okay.
Some materials, especially nuclear ones, can be unstable and are dangerous to work with. Which of the following is an example of unstable material? Raw fluorescent flux. Oh, this is talking about stuff in the game. Well, which of? But I'd say probably asbestos is also really dangerous, but it's not radioactive. Wait, did it say radioactive? Oh, unstable. That's what it said. Also, plastic's actually pretty dangerous if you think about it too. So, especially nuclear ones can be unstable. Right? Raw fluorescent flux. Chemicals can have all kinds of side effects. Where is the safest place to work with chemicals that give off toxic fumes? Near an open flame, under a fume hood with the ventilation system turned on, in the classroom with the rest of your classmates, or in a closed room away from others. Very fume hood. Careful, kids. Even smart people can fall prey to illicit chem addiction. What chem best avoided has become popular with some intellectuals. I think they say it's Daddio. It's either Daddio or Day Tripper. No, Day Tripper is. I don't know. It's got to be Daddio, I think. Let's see. Franklin just splashed his eyes with an unknown chemical while working at his chemistry station. What should he do right away? Stop, drop, and roll. Rub his eyes until the chemical wears off. Pour a chemical with opposite pH balance into his eyes and neutralizer. Or find the nearest eye station and begin flushing his eyes for 15 minutes.
The last one.
Yeah. So, okay. Let's see. Possum exams. Collector. Start exam. Show question. What was the original cover price of an issue of this Astounding Awesome Tales? Original price. Maybe it's got to be $5. Show question. Which creature was not featured in it? The Mega Sloth, probably. Anna likes to collect teddy bears. Her most prized possession is a bear that was recalled in 2072 for being too terrifying. Which bear is this? Teddy Fear, Quantum Bear, Little Ginger Snuggles, or Bubblegum Bear? I think it's got it. It's probably Little Ginger Snuggles. That's the scary one, right? Or is it Teddy Fear?
I have no idea.
Probably Teddy Fear. Issue 10. Let's see. I'm just looking this up. Awesome Astounding Tales issue 10. Does it have issue 10? Issue 10 is The Mad Russian's Revenge. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. Mad Russian, Periwinkle Pistolier, Saffron Swordsman, Crimson Cannoneer, Starlit Sniper. Probably Crimson Cannoneer, but I don't know. Maybe. Oh wait, let's see. The Mad Russian's Revenge. Okay, wait. I can see a picture of him. It looks like he is. I'm just going to say Crimson Cannoneer. I don't know. But which one would you not find in his collection? Wait. Vault-Tec Bobbleheads. Leader, Small Gun, Good Vibes. Ah, fuck! I failed it. You know what? That one's going to take the longest, so I'll do that one later. Fuck! I don't know, because that had to do more with in-game lore that I don't really know about. Electrician. Start exam. Show question. You're working on a circuit and need an electric insulator, but only have a limited set of materials. Which of the following is the best electrical insulator? Insulator, would it be Teflon? Tin, canvas, nickel, or Teflon?
I'd say canvas is the
Okay.
best insulator.
You're walking down the sidewalk after a big storm and come across a down power line laying in your pathway. You do move it out of the way with a stick. Oh, dumbass! Move it out of the way with your bare hands. Call the power company to report it. Hop over it. Call the power company. You're learning about the Ohm's law in school. The law uses the equation I equals V / R. What is the V in this? Voltage?
Yeah.
What's the I? I know. Wait. Yeah. What's the V, I and the R?
R, I think, is resistance.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I want to say that says amperage, but I'm not sure.
Interesting. All right. Hannah's got a brand new Pip-Boy, but it's defective. She's decided to try fixing it herself. What icon represents a resistor on her Pip-Boy circuit diagram? 2 parallel lines, a zigzagging line, a curling looping line, or an arrow pointing at a circle. What do you think?
Run that by me again. What was the question?
Probably a zigzagging line or 2 parallel lines, or a curly looping line.
What was the question?
Oh, what icon represents a resistor?
Two. What was the 2 lines?
2 parallel?
Yeah.
All right. One last question. Brendan is directing a movie and has put you in charge of all the electrical setup. What does that make your job title? Lightmaster, best boy, gaffer, or senior electrical director?
I don't know. Forget my theater terms. What are they looking for?
I'm just going to look up what's a gaffer. Gaffer. Oh, it's gaffer. It's gaffer.
Okay.
Wait, no, head electrician. Yeah. Oh fuck. All right. Well, that's another one that I probably won't get for. Actually, fuck. Let's just try. Show question. Everyone loves delicious nougat cola. Which of these local fuck. Makes power for the Kanawha. Oh, no, it's Poseidon. Walking down the sidewalk. Okay, call the power company. Show question. Mary needs wire to reattach a wire to the circuit board. Soldering. Oh, soldering. No, it's soldering.
Soldering.
I love soldering. It's a lot of fun. You want to begin repairing a broken radio for a fellow scout. What's the first step? Unplug it. Show question. You're working on a circuit and need an electric. Let's see. I'm just going to look. Let's see. Teflon insulation. Teflon insulated wire. I thought it was probably Teflon because it could always like go through the canvas because it's woven.
Well, they used to use canvas in the old knob and tube stuff, so I know it has been used for insulation before. So
I mean, what was the other ones that it was? It was like nickel or tin or something. So I mean, I think no, those.
Yeah. Those are totally out. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So what do we have? We have leather worker now. Start exam. Show question. When stitching a seam's leather, you can stitch in such a way that both sides are exposed. What is this kind of stitching called? Cross stitching, saddle stitching, hand stitch. Probably saddle, right?
That would be my guess.
Let's see. Where both sides are stitch in such a way that both sides are exposed. Let's see. I guess what. I'm just going to go with saddle stitching. Lost his thong while working leather in his workshop. Now he has to look all over. What exactly did Brandon lose? A tool used for gripping leather, a strip of leather, a particularly revealing form of undergarment, or a large. It's probably a strip of leather, or is it a tool used for gripping leather? Let's see. Leather working thong.
That's a tool. That's my bet.
thong cord for boot ties. I think it seems like it's a strip of leather, probably. Mark is making himself comfy new shoes out of a soft leather product called suede, which of an animal hide can Mark get the leather for his suede. The top side, the under. Fuck, I don't know. Let's see, suede source. Lambskin, soft surface, underside. How would you do it out of the? Wait, was eyes one of the options? What on earth? That would be really creepy. Show question. Quail, was it quail bouillie or boiled leather? That's like cuirass, like a leather chest piece. Is a way of treating wet leather so that it has wet properties when dry. I know nothing about leatherworking.
What are the options?
Let's see. Boiled leather. To hold molded decoration. Let's see. It holds its shape.
Yeah, it holds its shape.
And that's why it was probably used in order to make cuirasses. Quail bouillie? No, never mind. The leather is just quail. Untreated animal hides have uses, but tanning is done for a reason. What's a major benefit of tanning a hide? It hardens your soul, will make you more popular, become softer, or decomposes less. Probably that one.
Decomposes less.
All right, sweet. And now we have just a few more. God. Wait, wrong one here. Possum exams. So we did metal worker. Now we just need, let's see, miner. When mining coal, it's important to watch out for dangerous gas buildups called damps. Which of the following is not a damp in coal mining? A fire damp, a black damp, a stink damp, or a towel damp? Watch out for. Probably a towel. You're going down in a coal mine and decide to take a canary with you to help detect toxic gases. What do you call an animal used in this way? A lookout? Or a sentinel species, right?
I would say so.
Sentinel species. Yeah. Wait, what else is used? Seems more like sentry than sentinel, but there's a vein of coal deep under a certain mountain and want to get in to extract it. What kind of mining could you get to it quickly? Quarrying, mountaintop removal mining, or high velocity quarrying, right?
That would be my thought. I don't know for certain.
Let's see. Quarrying. For use. When might be high velocity mining.
Oh, you're saying quarrying with a Q. I thought you said coring with a C. No, it's probably high velocity then.
Interesting. Solid projectiles made from inexpensive materials such as concrete or steel and weighing from 8 to 12 pounds are launched by conventional high-speed. Interest. Mining is actually so fascinating. Show question. Mining can be dangerous work. Luckily, the Garahan Mining Company developed a suit to keep miners safe and even increase productivity. Was a suit called the Excavator Power Armor. Show question. Mary wants to use landfill mining to excavate an old landfill. Removing hazardous waste is her main goal, but what's an added benefit of landfill mining? Reclaiming landfill area, recovering recyclable materials, or airing out landfill soil. All the above.
All the above.
4 out of 5. What did I get wrong? That's annoying. Minor. Okay, come on. Start exam. Show question. Open a new mine, but aren't sure if your enterprise will make a profit. What should you do? What's it? A feasibility study? Yeah.
Yep.
Show question. Hannah wants to help out her local miners, but doesn't want to be a miner herself. Instead, she wants to learn to operate a vehicle and transport the mine coal to where it's needed. What vehicle should she learn to operate? An airplane, a yacht, a train, or a rocket? A train.
Train.
Yeah. Show question. When many nuclear energy plants run on uranium fuel, what part of the world mines the most uranium? Southern Africa, right?
What are the options?
Europe, Southern Africa, Appalachia, or Red China, unfortunately.
I was going to sit there and say I would be afraid that it's China, but
Kazakhstan is the world's largest producer of uranium, accounting for 43%. Other countries that produce uranium, let's see. Kazakhstan, Canada, and Australia. Shit, I don't know. I don't know what they want. Oh wait, I guess I could. Let's see. Mining exam uranium FO76. Wait. FO76 minor exam. Let's see. Does it have the answers? Oh yeah, here. Africa? No. Red China, unfortunately. I wonder if in this universe maybe they take over Kazakhstan, and that's why.
that would be my thought.
Mary wants to use landfill mining to excavate an old landfill. It's going to be all of the above. Show question. Susie was working at a Hornwright industrial mine when she lost her job at an auto mining robot. To an auto mine. What should she do now? Get a job at Red Rock at 10 Vault Tech University, get a job at Garahan Mining today, or become probably Garahan Mining because they're the ones who didn't go to automation. Sweet. Okay. If you score, exit exam. Come on. Minor, musician. So we did photographer. Now we just have 3 more. Musician. Start exam. James loves marching music, especially military marches. His favorite composer is John Philip Sousa because of the famous military marches he wrote. What's a popular name for John Philip Sousa? The Lord of the March, the March King, the Mad Marcher, or the Dead Marcher?
What were the first two?
The Dead Marcher or the Mad Marcher?
Those were the last two. What were the first two?
Oh. No, the Dead Marcher and the Mad Marcher are the first two.
Okay, then what were the other two?
Oh, I thought you asked for the first two.
Well, those weren't those. I wanted the other two, not those two.
Oh, the March King and the Lord of the March. Oh, the March King. That's the American March King.
Yeah, that would be. It was one of those two. I would.
Mm-hmm. Hannah is conducting an orchestra. That's a big job. What does she use to direct the orchestra's performance? A gavel, wings, hand gestures, or harsh discipline? Hand gestures, but also like a conducting baton, right?
Right. Yeah, hand gestures, conducting baton.
I've recently been watching a lot of Andre Rieu. He's really good, or Rieu, or however you pronounce his last name. Right. You're jamming out on your electric guitar, but you can't seem to jam out loud enough. You need an amplifier. You need something to make your music louder. What can you use for this? A Protectron, a bigger guitar, or what was the other one? A radio? Yeah. All right. Question. You and Mark are singing along to a great song, but something sounds off. Mark can barely follow along and doesn't remember any of the verses, even though he's heard them before. What condition might Mark be suffering from? Poor long-term memory, tone deafness, lameness, or nerdiness? Probably poor long-term memory.
Yeah.
I don't really see how that's that relevant to music, but Susie loves to sing and can reach really high notes because she was born with a voice that can reach a higher range. What type of voice does she have? An alto?
No, soprano.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
4 out of 5. Shit. Let's see. Any good patriot, Susie's favorite song is the U.S. national anthem, Star Spangled Banner. Was that Francis Scott Key?
Yes.
All right. Hannah's conducting orchestra, hand gestures. Music teacher wants to take her class and form an orchestra. What on earth is an orchestra? Small team, chorus of talentless snobs, a big group of people playing different instruments. Wait, she wanted to take them to what? To form an orchestra. Take her class and inform an orchestra. You're right. The British made up a song to make fun of our brave forefathers, but now it's as patriotic. It's as a patriotic hymn. How ironic. Which song? Yankee Doodle, probably.
Yeah.
Show question. You're reading some sheet music. You get a feel for the song you'll be playing next. There's always some notation at the start of a piece. What does it tell you about the song? Its tempo, its tone, how many days of practice you need, or the conductor's contact information. Probably tempo.
Tempo.
Sweet. Now I have 2 more Possum exams. Rail enthusiast. Start exam. Show question. When rail travel first took off, the United States made building a transcontinental railroad a priority. What was the major reason that such a railroad became important? Gold was discovered in California to search for Lewis and Clark. The Pacific Ocean was much nicer than the Atlantic, or wagon makers went on strike. Gold.
Gold's usually the good choice.
The first working railway locomotive was unveiled in Europe in the 19th century. What revolutionary new engine powered this locomotive? Steam engine. A nuclear engine or a hamster wheel engine. As America's transcontinental railroad grew westward across the American landscape, lawless towns full of grit and debauchery sprung up in its wake. What did people call these towns? What was it? Bad Baronies, right?
I don't know what. Run the list.
Hell on Wheels, Bad Baronies, Tarnations, or Dog Towns.
I'd be tempted to say dog towns.
Let's see. Dog Town. Let's see. Dog Town, not Dog Town, not Dogs Town. Dog Town. Other uses. A colloquial name for a colony of prairie dogs. Places. Name or nickname of several places in. It's probably Dogtown, right?
I'm looking up Railroad Dogtown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although most trains travel on a track with 2 rails, there are some trains that travel only on one. What is a railway with one single rail called? Monorail. Lonely rail, 1 track or half track. I thought one was like a loony rail. I thought it said for a second. All right, show question. Derailleur is a device attached to train tracks with a specific purpose. What does a derailleur do that's useful for railway workers? Derails trains when they enter unauthorized areas, changes the subject, allows a train to fly, or unloads cargo off a train car. It's probably that one. Or wait, changes the subject? Would it be? No,
Well, derailleur changes which rail the track is on.
Derailleur train. See, prevent fouling, blocking, or compromising of a rail track by unauthorized movements of train. Wait. By derailing the equipment as it rolls over or through it. Although accidental damage requires when there's a greater risk. Oh, okay, so it does. It derails trains when they enter unauthorized areas.
Okay.
Fuck. It's ridiculous. I bet you it was probably that last one or something. Steam engine. Show question. Hannah is driving a train from White Spring to Sunny Top. at 50 miles per hour, and Samuel from Sutton to Morgantown at 60 miles per hour. If they both leave at noon, when will they collide in a fiery crash? Let's see. So if they're going at 50 miles per hour. Fuck. Wait. White Spring is Sunny Top, Sutton to Morgan. Wait, never.
That was my instinct. Is I don't see the map, but maybe they don't ever actually intersect.
Morgantown. Sutton to Morgantown. White Spring to. Yeah, they wouldn't. Favorite holotape stories are always about mysterious strangers in the shadows and great detective solving. What detective? The Golden Way, Orient Express, right?
That was Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot.
1934, a steam locomotive called the Flying Scotsman set a world speed record for steam trains. How fast did it go when setting its record? Flying Scotsman. Let's see. It was. Let's see. Record. 100 miles per hour. Show question. Some train engines are equipped with a pointed metal device on the front. Cow catcher. Right?
That's what cow catcher.
Oh. Sweet. Do that one more. Fuck's sake. This is a lot. Let's see. Possum exams. Roboticist. Vertibot is autonomous version of which aircraft? Wait, Vertibird. Show questions. Which company partnered with Atomic Mining Services to develop a robot that could outmatch Garahant? It was Hornwright. Wait, what were the other ones? I just want to see. Super Duper Mart, West Tech, or Poseidon Energy. It's robot day at the racetrack. Who would definitely lose in a race? Harry the Mr. Handy, Sid the Sentry Robot, Anna the Assaultron, or PD the Protectron? Probably the Protectron. Wait, are they all... Oh, they're awesome. They're all alliterations or consonants or whatever it's called. Which of the following is not a standard personality mode for a Protectron? Law enforcement, emergency, medical technician, actor and thespian, or fire brigadier? Actor and thespian. You find a robot acting strangely and you think it's malfunctioning. What should you do? Approach the robot and ask if it is feeling well. Attempt to hack into the robot and cease its operations. Leave immediately and tell an adult. Or shout at the robot until it goes away. Probably leave immediately and tell an adult.
That would be my guess.
Sweet. Okay. Did that. So now to start with the proper story missions, but I just also want to be just conscious of time. How long do you have until you have to leave?
I was going to sit there and say, if you finished with the quizzes, this is a good time for me to bow out.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll do this again later. Take
Absolutely.
care.
No, it's always fun, Ariel. You guys, you have a great one.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be sleeping by the time you get back, but it's...
I would imagine. Yep.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Take care. Have a good one, Graham. Let's see. Okay, now it's just me. Let's see. So we have this thing here and this thing here. Complete tourists. Join public team. Fast travel. After this, we're going to take a dab to reward that completion. And I'll probably go for a little bit more than this. So. I'm sorry, is this person's named Fecal Bill?
Second century. The exciting conclusion of this classic tale from the Atomic Chronicles of K.D. Ingram. Deep under the sprawling metropolis of Sector 19 above, we rejoice.
Stealth takedown. Hambo time. It's invincible. Looking for a crafting table so I can deconstruct this shit. Seriously, don't have one here. That's annoying. Let's see. Lakes offering. Nothing? Seriously? It's kind of annoying. Hey, what's this? This might actually be where they would have it. No, it's just a lookout. Day tripper. I guess we'll just keep going north and hope something shows up. Honestly, kind of a fan of this classical music. It's a vibe. What is over here? I don't even know. Tourist location. All I know is that it's a tourist location. Beyond that, I don't know. Oh no, is it telling me I have to go in there? I'm gonna jump on top. Oh fuck, I need to get closer. Valley Galleria. I don't know why I got such a boost for that jump, it seems like. This is supposed to be like some sort of shopping mall, I guess. No, I have to actually go in. Shit. I do not like going into these things. I don't know, it's just the close spaces with a bunch of enemies, especially when I haven't slept yet. Kind of, oof, jump scares. This is not so night. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. It really does look like a... hear someone. What? Get new paper target? Wait, the skylight. Oh, it just... Oh. I was freaking out. I thought it was telling me I had to go there for no reason. Go in here for no reason. Come on. I don't know what it is about this place. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Okay, sweet. Finished that quest. Now, yeah, now it's no longer a quest item. Sweet. Okay, now that I did that. I know. Sweet. Phew. Just in time. I'm going to start heating up my dab. And then I guess we could join the Brotherhood. Probably won't actually start any quests with them properly, just because I want to save that for when Graham's here.
Attention, this is Raleigh Clay on a priority message recording. A strangler has been picked up in the vicinity and its fine infested creatures won't be far behind. To anyone listening, take down that heart before it controls too many creatures thinking about our heads.
Where did I put it? Oh, ow, oh, ow. Where on earth did I put it? I really need to clean up my whole area. One sec. There it is. Sorry, I just accidentally like tore off some of my scab because I got caught on something. This was from when I burnt, or I don't know why I'm saying I burnt myself. No, when I fell off my scooter because some genius left a pile of dirt right in the middle of the sidewalk. And it was late at night, so I couldn't see. So, let's see. What do we have left for, let's see, world? For, let's see, roboticists now here, rail enthusiasts. We have to kill 15 at each of these train yards. So kill enemies with a railway rifle. This is actually pretty easy. So we just need to go to Sutton Station, Lewisburg Station, Morgantown train yard. Yeah, four, so we need 4 more. So shovel, gourds, metal worker. I guess, yeah, I'll just go to this guy's camp. I'll take a few dubs and figure out from there. Is there more black titanium? Why is this person selling inert flux? It's a waste. Where the heck's this person's crafting station? Down here? It's an interesting setup. Railway rifle. I could have sworn I had one. It's just that hunter? Wait, here. That's what I was looking for. And then for ammo. Stack weight? How is that? That's ridiculous. That takes that much. Wait, how much is... Yeah, it's only 281. Just, oh, drop this. That'll get rid of some weight. Definitely helps. Gunsmith. My elbow's still bleeding. So I'm going to harvest the gourd. Hopefully the... Oh wait, if I get the... I think I still have to... So for this, the train yard enemies. I don't even know where these are. See, so for silver, I just need silver. And is the event buying me? Oh, sweet. Now I can plant the 2 more that I need. Sweet. See music. Where would the musical instruments be? Maybe here? I don't know. I'll place it down here.
Make sure to pay your respects whenever come across a fallen brother.
I want to put something on in the background. Let's see, how do I do this? Present your screen. Let's see, so where are we going to right now? Let's see.
Mama Dolce's food pro
can be found waiting patiently to go home, and in some cases, they have disbanded to create a new life. In 2 hours, humanity was reduced to almost nothing. This event was known as the Great War. The majority of those fighting this war were left without leaders, without structure, and those on foreign soil left wondering.
Oh, shoot, one second.
Beaches of San Francisco shortly after the Great War. The crew had no choice but to head inland to scavenge and came across the remnants of Chinatown. Seeing the architecture and other such features reminiscent of their homeland gave them comfort, and it was soon decided that this would be their new home. Parts were taken from the wrecked submarine.
Sweet, yeah, I was able to save that. Oh shit, one second. One second. Sorry about that. My dog was making a weird sound. I just want to make sure she was okay. But she sounds fine now. That was stressful. Here, wait, so what were we listening to before? Wait, there was still one video, I think. It was... Maybe not.
Nuka World has come to Appalachia. This traveling fair featuring the iconic mascots, Cappy and Bottle, brings new events, games, and prizes. Why they decided to set up the fair in the actual hellscape that is the ash heap, we may never know. But their presence has been noticed by a previously dormant creature lurking beneath the ash heap's polluted soil. A creature completely transformed by the region's nuclear history. A creature whose eternal slumber has been disturbed. While talking to Patricia, we can complain about the roller coaster not being in order.
Nothing with the ride itself, but Pete keeps telling this fanciful story about some odd-looking monster. Scratch that. I bet it is a problem with the ride, and Pete is just spinning some story to skip out on fixing it.
Patricia seems undisturbed by Pete's stories. Let's see what Pete has to say. We can find him sitting at a table just behind the fair's main tent.
Huh? Oh, hey, sorry. I was in my own world there. What did you say?
You're Pete, right? Pat said you could use some help with the roller coaster.
Pat? Oh, right. What did she say? It ain't no fairy tale. Nobody believes me, but you seen it though, haven't you? Heard it? It was huge with giant claws. It looks like it came from one of the old mines. I need proof it was there, but I gotta keep these air filters running. And Pat won't like me scaring the guests. Don't suppose you could go looking for spare filter parts around the mine? And maybe you'll find the proof I need too.
Sure thing. I'll have a look at the mines for you.
You will? Oh, you're amazing. The old mine shaft is over that way. I'll mark it on your map. And if Pat asks, you're only going for spare parts, okay?
With that, we start the quest, What Lies Beneath. It looks like the abandoned mine shaft that he's referring to is just up over the hill. Let's head over there now. On approach, the earth begins to shake beneath our feet. It seems we have been noticed. Up the side of the mineshaft facility, we see an open laceration in the earth. Entering the cut, we can see a mutilated cow. Moving closer, we can learn more. Perception +4. Looking at the corpse, you notice that the body is cold, and the color has mostly gone from its skin. The Brahmin must have died a few days ago. The size of the wound tells you that whatever did this was big. This fact becomes more clear when we start looking at the walls. Monstrous claw marks show us the true scale of what we're dealing with. We also find human and mole miner bodies that look like their flesh has been stripped from their bones. Turning around, we see an imposing claw mark on the building. Also leaned up against the building, we find the body of Jack Woodhouse. On his body, we can find a holotape, but before we listen to the tape, we can jump back to an unmarked location that we passed on our way to the mineshaft. Here we can find Jack's journal underneath a gas mask and find out why Jack was picking around the abandoned mineshaft. June 8th, finally away from the Blood Eagles. Managed to snag some Addictol. Maybe it'll be enough to stave off the cravings. I'm never going back. Those guys, the things they do, it's crazy. Just gotta keep my head low and watch out for patrols. Just need something to help me keep going. July 10th. Got a tip that there's a rare ore in the ash heap called ultracite. There's always someone looking for the rare stuff, someone looking to pay good caps for it. If I can just get my hands on some, maybe I can trade it for enough supplies and finally get out of here. See the world, what's left of it. July 24th. Happy birthday to me. Found some info on the old mine shafts in the ash heap. Gotta be some of that ore in one of them. Found an old holotape too. Some crazy story about some monster in the mines. Gotta be something they made up to scare off the locals. August 25th. Swiped some gear from an old responder's place. Should be able to get to the mines and the ash heap safely now. Just missed a Blood Eagle patrol. Guy's looking pissed. Better cover my tracks. September 3rd. Found a place to hold up in Old Lewisburg. Looks like there's a few old mines nearby. If I can get past the locals, I might be able to get this ore and get the heck out of here. September 7th. Nothing around that mine on the hill. Moving on. There's another one a little ways away. Bumped into some raiders in an old storehouse. Shot first, asked questions later. Looks like they weren't Blood Eagles. Feel sorry for them, but couldn't take any risks. Was gonna bury the bodies, but mole miners were on patrol. Going to have to leave them there. September 10th. Now is my chance. Heading to the mine. Gotta travel light. I'll hide a few things here and come back once I'm done. No point dragging all my stuff with me. Sounds like Jack was a troubled but ambitious man who was looking to better his life. In the building next door, we can find the bodies of the raiders that he shot and some supplies. Unfortunately, he didn't heed the warnings of the holotape, though. Back at his body, we can finally listen to his last moments.
Oh, man. They weren't lying. Wasn't a story. It really isn't. A thing down here thought my mask was broken and some kind of gas leak was getting in. Then I smelled it and nearly puked up in my damn suit. You already know we're responsible. We need to shut them down. That's what you grab in there. We can provide you with quality intel.
Let's see, where is it?
Just stay quiet, though. Too much noise here and we'll be overrun before you know it.
Shoot, where'd they go? Let's see.
Sneak up on him first, get a few shots in before he notices.
Oh, sweet. Got it done in 444.
And used to construct what they called the palace. The descendants of the naval crew, now known as the Shi, still inhabit the palace, and they really do deserve their own dedicated video, not as remnants of a fallen empire, but as the Shi, a new faction forged from the old world. After the dust had settled, many companies that once served as fronts for the Chinese government were left to fend for themselves. Inside Mama Dolce's, a pre-war food distribution company, are Chinese remnants, spies and special forces still loyal to the regime. For 200 years, they have remained operational, waiting for further instructions from their leaders, no matter how long that may take. Not all fronts continued to function after the Great War. One such case is LOB Enterprises. It is unknown what the company did while it was being watched, but when they weren't, employees worked tirelessly developing a new incendiary weapon, formerly known as Project Zhu Rong, a unique fire-breathing pistol. Rumors of the company's true intentions soon spread throughout the area, and the employees were treated with suspicion by both American citizens and law enforcement. In response to this treatment, the employees were authorized to carry low-grade military weapons, receive training for those weapons, and were taught what to do in the case of a federal invasion, and even nuclear war. Although the latter was mostly filling out paperwork, taking iodine tablets, and being sworn into the sovereign LOB Republic. Their activity was soon discovered through their trading with another front by the name of Happy Liberty Imports. This led to the US military invading the building and killing all those inside that refused to surrender. All that remains of this operation is a handful of terminal entries, a band of roaming US Army robots, and a Chinese pistol possessing the ability to spit fire. Not all remnants can hold on to hope for 200 years and continue believing that there is more to life than waiting and wishing to go home. Inside the drainage chamber beneath Broadcast Tower KT-8 are the bodies of 2 Chinese spies. Surrounding them is a Chinese Spec Ops training manual and a ham radio, which they would have used desperately trying to contact their leaders back in mainland China. It is unknown if they managed to do so, but what is known is that they ceased to exist, having taken their own lives, most likely in the form of a cyanide capsule, a common tool used by Chinese spies to avoid interrogation. Speaking of broadcast towers and ham radios, the People's Republic of America radio continues spouting propaganda over 200 years later, heard at both Mama Dolce's and nearby the Citadel. The broadcast is in English and talks of the Anchorage Reclamation and the Wall Street Gang, showing just how outdated the looping message really is. The origin of this broadcast was to break the morale of American soldiers and citizens alike, hoping to convert them into loyal subjects. Other broadcasts are left over from a more recent time, such as the one that can be heard when crossing paths with the fallen Chinese commando, whose broadcast when translated to English means to win every battle, although his battle with gravity appears to be a losing one. Along with the appearance of Chinese remnants, there are several specific Chinese training manuals that appear to have a deeper meaning. At the entrance to the flooded metro stands a Pulowski Preservation Shelter. Inside is a training manual, 2 grenades, stimpaks, and the skeleton of what I believe is a Chinese spy that tried surviving the end of the world in what is essentially a talking tin can. At the atrium of the Nuka-Cola bottling plant is another training manual, this one found inside the filing cabinet protruding through the floor above. Was an employee a Chinese spy? If so, what could they have possibly learned from a corporation that bottles soda? Were they going to add something to the bottling process to alter the consumer's opinion of their own government? Or am I just overthinking the placement of a skill book? Deep in the wasteland is the SATCOM array NW05A tower. Inside is a Chinese training manual and a ghoul scientist. Was this ghoul a pre-war spy who still continues to gather data for a dead nation? Or was the training manual given to the scientist to translate Chinese signals passing through the area? And let's not forget the Chinese jumpsuit, hat, assault rifle, and manual inside the Taft tunnels, directly beneath the Citadel, which was once the Pentagon, the pre-war headquarters for the Department of Defense, which just goes to show how deeply implanted China's fingers really were. Perhaps the most well-known Chinese spy is Wan Yang. Other aliases include Five Claw Dragon, Jamie Patrick, Maria Lopez, and Stanley Derrick. Despite the many names and personas, the odds were not in her favor, and she was swiftly captured by the Defense Intelligence Agency and sent to the Turtle Dove detention camp. The camp is still standing, once used to detain suspected Chinese spies allegedly working against the US. The conditions of the camp are less than favorable: no running water, Spartan bunks with minimal space, fencing, watchtowers, searchlights, and even security robots patrolling the perimeter day and night. As you would expect, many died from the poor living conditions and neglectful treatment received from the few human soldiers guarding the camp. The bodies quickly filled the camp's mortuary, Wan Yang's included, leading to the frequent use of the camp's crematorium. It would seem that approximately 1 week before the Great War, the prisoners had had enough and fought back. While most died in the fighting, a small group of them was able to escape through the morgue's draining channel. What happened to those that escaped is unknown. They most likely tried finding their families, provided they were wrongfully imprisoned, while those that were in fact spies likely headed to the nearest safe house to report their findings. Today, the camp is a disheveled husk, mirrored only by those left behind after the Great War. Ghouls, both American and Chinese, completely indiscernible from one another, roam the camp together. Below the shallow waters of the coast is a Chinese submarine that was once used to observe the military officials at the Turtle Dove detention camp and the Naval Recruiting Center. Their mission was a failure, as American forces swiftly captured the submarine and commanding crew, although only 2 crew members are ever mentioned, both nameless except for the rank of captain, and another coined John Doe. The inside of the submarine is fairly small, with only enough space to accommodate 2 bunks, which could have been for both the captain and crew member, but they could have alternated sleeping patterns around the clock, with as many as 4 members taking shifts and sharing bunks to preserve space. There seems to be no signs of any defensive weapons, no missile hatches or torpedo launch tubes in sight. This is because the crew was given strict orders to only ever collect data, and should they come into contact with the enemy, initiate the self-destruct sequence, although for whatever reason, the crew was unable to do so. Upon being captured by enemy forces, the captain used a cyanide capsule stored in his tooth to commit suicide. John Doe, the unnamed crew member, tried following his captain to the other side, but failed due to his own cyanide capsule being a dud. This led to his imprisonment at the Turtle Dove detention camp, where, after a lengthy and thorough interrogation, he was executed for his crimes. Xiang was a Chinese spy who willingly turned himself over to the American forces stationed at Point Lookout. He voluntarily gave the enemy information about the captured submarine in return for his freedom. This may have been a common occurrence among Chinese spies that were done taking orders, but Xiang had an ulterior motive. He was a double agent, merely pretending to help the Americans while aiming to destroy the submarine. His mission was over before it had even begun, thanks to the Great War. His remains can be found inside the Homestead Motel. Little did he know that even if his mission was completed, his fate was to remain the same. Through the use of a special code and cryptochromatic spectacles, the entrance to a secret intelligence bunker belonging to the Chinese can be opened. This is where Agent Xiang was supposed to report once his mission was complete. Instead of meeting other Chinese operatives like he may have expected, a protectron would have been waiting in their stead, who, after receiving a code word, would have taken him downstairs to receive his extraction orders. This was all, of course, a lie. He was never meant to be extracted, instead executed through the means of poisonous gas. Imagine remaining loyal, risking life and limb for your leaders, only to be disposed of. I understand that the last person you're going to trust is a double agent, but Xiang deserved better. Chinese remnants are extremely limited in the Mojave Wasteland. Other than 2 sets of Chinese stealth armor at Hoover Dam, a few scattered manuals found throughout the map, and the Yangtze War Memorial, there isn't all that much to even suggest that the 2 countries were at war. But one of the DLCs tells a different story. The Big Empty is home to Little Yangtze, a concentration camp built to house relocated Chinese Americans. Little did these prisoners know that the camp was less of a prison and more of a holding cell for what they would soon realize were test subjects, grotesquely titled as a human farm by the scientists of the think tank. During the very first day of operation, the human farm was ripe with subjects, 3 trainloads to be precise. The majority of these Chinese Americans had limited speech in terms of English, leading to the camp guards treating them with more suspicion. Inmates were soon being abducted for research purposes and brain extractions, some of which you may still see roaming the crater, albeit with a new body. The fear of being the next inmate to be abducted, violent encounters with the guards, and poor living conditions, if you could call it living, soon led to inmates trying to escape. So much so that the guards had to work triple shifts in order to keep up. As a result of the guards' abilities being stretched to breaking point, the camp commander ordered for the prototype explosive collars the scientists had been working on to be immediately fixed to the necks of all prisoners, which reduced escape attempts to a minimum and restored control back to the guards. This left the prisoners with the options of becoming the next test subject or death. What could have been the saving grace to those wanting to still live was the Great War. Shortly after the bombs had finished falling, the military abandoned the Big Empty, leaving behind the prisoners who were still inside their cage with bomb collars around their necks. Those that didn't starve to death became ghouls, transformed by the radioactive fallout carried on the wind. This extended their lives, but they were still unable to leave because of the explosive collars. For 2 centuries, these survivors have waited, fighting among themselves and hoping to go home. And then one day, after all that time, someone found them. But he was not to be their savior as they might have hoped. Instead, this man, Elijah, a rogue elder from the Brotherhood of Steel, was only interested in reverse engineering the bomb collars, and once he had, he too left, leaving the ghouls with little to no hope of ever leaving little Yangtze alive. Bobbing on the coast of Boston is the Yangtze 31, a Chinese nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine. Before the Great War, the submarine was sent to patrol the US Atlantic coast, carrying 6 submarine-launched ballistic missiles. This sub is unlike the others seen so far. Those were either unknown or merely constructed for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. This submarine was built for war. When the Great War began, the captain followed his orders to launch all missiles, reducing the Commonwealth to a wasteland. Shortly after the missiles were fired, the Yangtze 31 was severely damaged after hitting a sea mine. The reactor was compromised and left the crew with no choice other than to seek refuge in Boston Harbor. The crew was stranded, and thanks to the damaged reactor, which filled the sub with radiation, the crew either died from radiation sickness or were transformed into ghouls. The captain of the Yangtze 31 is the only remaining crew member still possessing the ability to reason. 200 years of isolation has taken its toll, but his will is not broken. Surfacing only to scavenge for what little there is, and fighting off the descendants of the land he helped scorch, keeps him sane, and may be one of the reasons he has yet to turn feral. Patiently he waits, wishing to return home, but he also wishes for the strength to put his crew to rest. One thing you rarely get to witness in Fallout is the opinion of what those directly involved in the Great War actually think about the mutually assured destruction. Zhao is remorseful, plagued with both radiation and guilt, regretting the damage and destruction he has unleashed upon the Commonwealth. The sole survivor, who once served for the other side, can do what would have been considered treason by his long-past superiors. They can relieve the crew from their duties, assist the captain, and give him the long-awaited opportunity to return home. We already know of the Mama Dolces back in the capital Wasteland, where Chinese spies once pretended to uphold the values and traditions of American society, when, in reality, they were gathering intelligence. This food processing facility is no different. Beneath the cutesy name and the promise of sweet treats is a deep, dark secret. The Fujinaya intelligence base, led by Station Chief Shi, was only a piece of a far grander operation known as Trinitite. Their mission was to infiltrate and destroy American nuclear silos in the West Virginia area. Due to the importance of their mission, they could not afford failure. To maintain secrecy, security was on high alert, ID badges were mandatory, operatives were subjected to random searches, and those found carrying contraband received corporal punishment. Those suspected of being a double agent were interrogated for counterintelligence, and within 12 hours of being detained, were executed. The operatives who could be trusted encountered many issues with their mission, reassigning resources to other projects that they believed would be more promising, exploring Watoga for useful technology, the inclusion of new laboratories focused on developing new cloaking and stealth-based technologies, as well as robotics, whose researchers focused on revamping the notorious liberators that still roam the wasteland to this day. These ambitious projects were mostly thwarted. Attempts to infiltrate the nuclear silos proved unsuccessful due to the mechanized army guarding the perimeter and the very limited opportunities to enter the premises. The new cloaking and stealth-based technology had logistical issues, receiving very little of what was needed due to the war effort. Combined with limited workspace and working hours due to the secrecy of the project, meant very little progress was ever achieved. To make things even harder, over half the outsiders they could find to help, and more importantly, they could trust, were killed by the facility's security due to not having the correct credentials, reducing the facility's success even further. The only real achievement made within the facility was the improvements to the Liberator robot. The new model was deadlier, inexpensive to manufacture, and easy to deploy. Given additional time, the base could have achieved more, but progress was halted altogether by the Great War. Operatives stationed inside were given no warning and were left to fend for themselves. Station Chief Shi figured the party leaders were all gone, leaving any and all remaining agents to act independently. In response, or lack of, Shi ordered all agents to abandon their posts and attempt to blend in with the locals, as he believed this was their best chance of survival. Those that remained had not seen the end of their troubles, as the Enclave soon discovered their presence and stormed the facility. The Chinese operatives who refused to surrender were overpowered and executed. The facility's contents were transferred to external servers for analysis, and local servers wiped clean. If not for the few remaining flags and personal notes, you would have never guessed the Chinese had even been here. The remains of a Chinese scientist from the Fujinaya intelligence base can be found during a random encounter. Following orders to leave his post and blend in with the local populace was almost impossible for him to endure, having to surround himself by the very people he aimed to destroy. Eventually, the scientist stopped interacting with Americans altogether. His only wish was to be home in China. This was, of course, impossible, and he knew it, which led to him asking his comrades for forgiveness before taking his own life. An elaborate cave system chosen by communist infiltrators as the ideal base location for the Motherlode interception operations. Somehow the station has evaded detection despite its close proximity to the White Spring bunker, but this says more about the infiltrators than anything else. Their secrecy is down to strict security measures, including the orders to shoot anyone without clearance. Those stationed here at the time of the Great War have transformed into ghouls over the course of 25 years, and they continue to pursue their mission without any hope of returning home. One such agent found at the deep is Mochu, a former spy for the People's Liberation Army. Before the Great War, her entire life was spent training for a singular purpose: to work alongside other Chinese operatives against the American war effort. She was fiercely loyal right up until the bombs fell, but then something happened. Mochu began to think for herself. She realized that both America and China had misled their people. They had manipulated them into killing one another and ruining their land for generations to come. Mochu had had enough. She saw the nuclear holocaust not as the end of her life, but as the beginning of a new one where she could follow her own orders, and for years, that is exactly what she did. Mochu went on to create a new life with her husband, who was also a former Chinese spy, and they had a daughter named Jen. Everything seemed to be going well until another pre-war asset loyal to the Chinese government had tracked her down through a tracer in her stealth suit. The asset gave her an ultimatum: follow orders or die. Not wanting to risk her family's lives, she disappeared and fled to Appalachia, where she awaits her fate at the hand of the resident. To be left behind, forgotten, or in some cases pursued and forced to serve is a burden they have to bear. Some have waited centuries to fulfill their purpose, others try to run from it, and some simply can't take another day. They have suffered for their actions, and now they seek forgiveness or to protect the only ones they have left. Being stranded from home in a foreign land has got to be the most difficult thing for a soldier a spy, a remnant of a shattered empire. Be sure to show your support by liking the video and subscribe. The Shi are perhaps one of, if not the most well-known, but also most forgotten factions to rise from the old world ashes. They show such promise in terms of technology and scientific research, yet they have also seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. But where did these people come from? Who's in charge? And what has happened to them? It all began with the Great War, 2 hours of mutually assured destruction that reduced humanity to almost nothing. Those fighting in this war were left without leaders, without structure, and those stranded on foreign soil left wondering if there's even a home to go back to. That was the case for the naval crew aboard the Shi Huangti, a Chinese nuclear submarine which washed ashore near the burning ruins of San Francisco, where very little life remained. After being shipwrecked for quite some time without word from their superiors, the crew had no choice but to head inland to look for food. Luckily, the radiation levels were tolerable and no one suffered any ailment beyond being homesick. As they searched the destruction, they came across the remnants of Chinatown, and after seeing the architecture, stonework, and characters reminiscent of their homeland, they decided this would be their new home. The naval crew began cooperating with the few survivors that had crept back towards the city, including the cultists who would later become the Hubologists. Parts were taken from the wrecked submarine, the subsystems and mainframe, as well as anything that could be used for defensive purposes. These salvage parts were used to construct the Steel Palace, a safe place for the new emperor to live, as well as a workspace for the naval crew, who began focusing on various scientific ways to rebuild and strengthen their new empire. In time, the Steel Palace became a hub for the other survivors, a scientific bastion where new factions, both friendly and not, would come to settle. But all those who settled here lacked the knowledge or capability to flourish like the naval crew had, and as such they were the ones to stand out above the rest, becoming the most influential faction in the San Francisco area. Unlike the other survivors who were struggling to get a foothold, the naval crew had already done so thanks to the submarine they had at their disposal. With this, they ensured a future for themselves and for their families. Which brings me to the descendants of the naval crew, known as the Shi. The Shi, the descendants of those that washed ashore, still inhabit this Steel Palace, not as the remnants of a fallen empire, but as a new faction forged from the old world. Despite being a new faction, they have kept some of their ancestors' traditions. More specifically, they have kept a ruling monarch at the top of their feudal system, known as the Emperor. However, few have seen this mysterious man, and even fewer know the truth. For the Emperor is not the descendant of the original naval crew from China, nor are they some other new survivor either, rather the supercomputer that was aboard the submarine when it was beached, salvaged and implemented into the Steel Palace to dictate the course of the Shi Empire. Hidden from prying eyes, it analyzes facts and events, plotting the optimal course for the Shi Empire to follow, only ever having the Empire's best interest in mind. As such, it is a far better leader than any human could ever be, for it has no bias or personal gain to cloud its judgment. Though, of course, the actual procedures that the Shi have are still created by humans. They are simply using the machine's logic as a guide, as the decisions it makes are calculated, but often cold and inhuman, but still a solid foundation for the Shi to build upon. It stores their history, their research, and potential projects for the future, making it an invaluable part of the Shi Empire. Without it, their abilities and success would decline rapidly. In order to protect the computer, the Shi have created an elaborate ruse, where the Emperor, the supercomputer, is treated publicly as a human being, who's then hidden away for his own safety. This not only allows the supercomputer to be kept safe, away from the outside world, but it also allows the real Emperor, Ken Lee, to be more involved, without those wishing ill will towards the Emperor getting in his way, leaving him to lead the Xi from behind the scenes in a much safer position. His official position is that of the Emperor's advisor, acting as a go-between from the false Emperor to the loyal subjects, providing them with information on what to do next, who to watch out for, and any likely locations of importance based on what the machine has predicted. Thanks to the false Emperor's ability to analyze and predict beyond what almost all humans could, the Xi are well aware of almost all happenings in the immediate area. Almost everything involving the Hubologists and tanker vagrants are known to the Xi, thanks to their mechanical monarch, but it does still have its limits. Even though it knows more about the Enclave, the most mysterious faction in New California at that time, it's still limited by the data it has available. So even though it can predict a 97% probability that the Chosen One's tribe was taken to an Enclave compound, it doesn't know why they were taken, what will happen to them, or what the Enclave's agenda even is, simply because it has no data on the matter. As to how the machine gets more data, that I will explain in just a moment. In addition to their supercomputer leader, the Xi also have a number of research stations, biological, chemical, and physical research labs, giving them a technological edge that most factions can only ever dream of having. Thanks to this, they have become a major research and development hub, one that has stayed out of the wasteland politics, which has likely played a part in their longevity. In addition to keeping to themselves, their remote location and unsavory characters, the gangs and cultists that live nearby, has likely helped the Xi from being dissolved into other larger factions, at least that we know of. Thanks to their isolation and shunning of outsiders, the Xi have managed to retain a certain amount of their ancestors' customs, the clothing they wear, the language they speak, and the architecture surrounding them all serve as reminders of where their ancestors came from, a place that most of the Xi have never even seen, yet still deeply respect. The overall society is representative of a feudal system, one that has a strict hierarchical organization. The leader is technically the Xi Emperor, although we know the truth, they still try to keep that illusion and tradition alive, mostly out of habit, but also for safety. Under the false Emperor is Ken Lee, the real Emperor, who masquerades as the Emperor's advisor, and beneath him is the Xi Guard, whose sole purpose is to protect the Xi Emperor from danger, as well as to preserve the research and developments the scientists have made. Speaking of the scientists, they very rarely leave the Steel Palace, and can be seen longing to see the sun again. Beneath the guards, or on equal terms, but with a different role, is the Xi military, a small but very effective fighting force. Their mission is to protect Chinatown, where the Steel Palace is located, as well as to ensure the safety of those serving the Xi. In addition to security, both inside and outside the palace walls, the Xi also have a network of loyal spies that operate within San Francisco, monitoring everything that goes on inside the city, and this is how the Xi get their new information for the Emperor to analyze. The spies pass the information back to Ken Lee, who does the same to the Emperor, who then calculates the best course of action for the Xi to take. Continuing with the hierarchy, those that do not have an official position within the Xi are at the bottom of the hierarchy and are expected to provide for the rest of the community in return for safety. The main threat that the Xi have to face are the Hubologists, the descendants of the cultists who once aided the naval crew in building their Steel Palace. They have become increasingly aggressive towards the Xi and would like to sabotage their scientific achievements, for no other reason than what they are doing doesn't fit in with their pseudo-scientific ways. Due to this, the Xi have taken a strong disliking towards the Hubologists and would very much like them to be permanently removed. The rest of San Francisco doesn't interfere with the Shi. In the words of others, the Shi may talk a bit funny, but as far as people go, they are genuinely good people, with honest intentions and aspirations, as long as you don't get in their way or try to hinder their advancements, that is. Speaking of advancements, the Shi are one of the most advanced factions in the Wasteland. They, surprisingly, have the capability to manufacture and outfit their military with high-tech weapons, even restoring pre-war suits of T-51 power armor, a feat very few can still achieve. As I have already mentioned, the Shi have a number of research stations. In their physics department, the scientists are learning how to harness the powers of the sun, wind and sea, even developing nuclear energy and learning theories regarding space travel, showing just how ambitious yet capable they truly are. To fuel their theoretical space travel, they have managed to synthesize a new type of fuel using plant extracts and sea life, actually integrating pre-war pipelines to their own fuel reservoirs to transport fuel to areas of significance, including the PMV Valdez, once again showing how advanced they are in comparison with the other factions at the time. Even the Brotherhood of Steel were leagues beneath them. The one thing that only accentuates their technological prowess is their focus towards manufacturing a fully functioning vertibird, and all within a 12-month deadline. With an additional year, they are also calculated to have the option of mass-producing vertibirds if they so choose. If that wasn't impressive enough, the Shi have also started making advancements into radiation-resistant plant life, creating a radiation-reducing vine that could be theoretically used to clean the wasteland of radiation, which is a very noble thing to focus on, almost unwinding their ancestors' mistake, if only to some small degree. However, not everything the Shi do ends in success. The most notable failure is the experimentation using an FEV-derived serum to create super soldiers. Dr. Long Wang, the lead scientist on the matter, did have some success injecting rodents, but quickly grew impatient.
Did he just say Dr. Long Wang?
To create super soldiers. Dr. Long Wang, the lead scientist on the matter, have some success in injectation using an FEV-derived serum to create super soldiers. Dr. Long Wang, the lead scientist on the matter, did have some success injecting rodents, but quickly grew impatient and injected himself, wanting to transform into...
Where they injected Long Wang with FEV? They injected FEV into a Long Wang?
...to a mutant with incredible strength. Instead of getting what he wanted, Dr. Wang dissolved into a puddle of green goop, and the project was quickly cancelled, moving resources towards the radiation-reducing vine, which did prove to be more effective. Now those are just some of their achievements and failures that the Shi have had. We know of their beginning, and the time they have spent living in San Francisco, but we don't know what has become of the Shi. All we have are 3 possible endings, and out of those 3, not a single one is considered canon, and those endings are as follows.
The Shi, demoralized and leaderless after your rampage through their town, slowly drifted apart. They blended into other towns, hoping to find a place free from the depredations of killers. The strain of plant the scientists were growing mutated, gaining a measure of sentience. It killed the laboratory technicians and took over the laboratory in which it was first conceived. It took a massive concentration of resources to crush the being, and this left the Shi poverty-stricken. They disappeared into the wastes. The Shi flourished, creating a botanical scourge on the radiation surrounding their beloved town. Though this vine could not grow in other soils, the Shi took care to nourish it in their lands. They continued to grow in strength and prominence, forming the basis of a new empire.
Very little has been said about the Shi since the Enclave's destruction in New California. Conrad Kellogg, an Institute operative, once worked as a Shi enforcer after moving to San Francisco with his wife. But after that point in time, we know nothing more about the Shi. As to what happened to them, I'll let you decide. So the Shi are the descendants of the naval crew of the Shi Huangti, a Chinese nuclear submarine that washed ashore on the beaches of San Francisco. Without contact from their superiors, and without a way to get home, they decided to make a new home in the remnants of Chinatown, using the wrecked submarine to build the Steel Palace, where the false emperor analyzes data, providing them with the best possible choices to ensure their longevity. Among their scientific achievements, they have researched into solar power, as well as a new plant-based and sea life fuel, theoretical space travel, radiation-reducing vines, and above all else, the capacity to mass-produce vertebrates. Their main threat above all else are the Hobologists, who they have no qualms about wiping off the face of the earth. But as for their own fate, that is unknown. Until the developers state otherwise, the Shi could be either dead, scattered, or flourishing. Until then, you can decide. Be sure to show your support by liking the video and subscribing if you haven't already for more Fallout content. If there's anything you would like to see in a later video, leave a comment and I'll... Caesar's legion is said to have conquered 86 tribes. 87, if you believe the armor worn by Gaius Magnus at Dry Wells is the result of a new tribe being conquered, and the rest of the legion merely have yet to learn of that information. Either way, most of these tribes have had their history and culture destroyed, leaving only a handful that we know of and can actually talk about. Caesar's legion began with a Mormon missionary and 2 members of the Followers of the Apocalypse traveling into the Grand Canyon to learn about the tribals that lived there and the languages they spoke. But they were soon captured and held for ransom by a tribe known as Blackfoots. This tribe was incompetent in regards to war, stratagem, and tactics, and in the eyes of a man named Edward Sallow, a follower of the Apocalypse, it was only a matter of time until the Blackfoots were wiped out by warring tribes, of which there were several. Not wanting to leave his fate up to chance, he decided to help the Blackfoots, instructing them in the art of war, military strategy, and small unit tactics, heavily citing literature from historical books about the Roman Empire. Sallow quickly impressed the Blackfoots, so much so they made him their leader. Under his...
Alright, so we're going to shoot out their fusion core. And they're gone. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Was this Mount Blair train yard? Oh wow, it is.
His guidance, they were soon introducing the concept
Welcome to the live stream with the king. We've been exploring the ash heap, uncovering the pre-war drama between the mining families and companies of Appalachia. Amongst the ruins we have so far explored, we have found many references to something called the Rockhound. We learned from the Hornwright headquarters that the company Atomic Mining Services did something to the nearby town of Welch, and Hornwright, who owns the Rockhound, got caught in the crossfire. The people of Welch and the miners who lost their jobs went to the Rockhound to protest Hornwright. We learned from the Garahan mansion that one of the Garahan children responded to this incident by arriving at Rockhound with a minigun called Strikebreaker and opening fire upon the miners. It was only after this incident that the miners then opened fire, forcing the National Guard to return fire. So the Rockhound was the site of extreme pre-war agitation. It's time we travel to Mount Blair to explore the ruins of the Rockhound and find out more of what happened here. The Rockhound lies in the very middle of the ash heap. Surrounding it are well over a dozen abandoned mines, excavation shafts, and Hornwright air purifiers, all of which have interesting loot, safes, first aid kits, sometimes even power armor, but few of which have any relevant lore, holotapes, notes, or terminals. And so we'll focus our attention on the Rockhound itself, which lies at the top of Mount Blair. But today, Mount Blair is not much of a mountain. Too much of it has been torn away. As we approach the Rockhound, we find mole miners crawling all over it. Moving towards the big bucket wheel that we see at the end of the excavator, we see that it's comprised of a number of sharp buckets that just scoops out tons of earth in search of rare minerals. The Rockhound's pre-war excavation has released gases trapped under the earth. We see them spewing out from the cracks near this dig site. We find scaffolding on the western side of this long digging arm, and on the side we see Hornwright Industrial, the company we already know owned the Rockhound. The scaffolding brings us to a platform resting alongside the long arm of the Rockhound. Here we find a weapons workbench, a tinkerer's workbench, a tool chest, and a tool case, which is locked with a skill level 1 lock. From here we can board the Rockhound and take a walkway northwest towards the wheel. Here we find the skeleton of a man next to a toolbox, perhaps a pre-war Hornwright employee who was conducting repairs on this big bucket wheel. Moving to the other side, we can take the walkway southeast towards the middle of the Rockhound. We see the Hornwright logo proudly on display on the side of the large tower. And as we get closer, we find even more mole miners. Towards the middle of the vehicle, the walkway turns into stairs and a large viewing platform. Here we find some wood, a couple of lawn chairs, a couple of containers, and a skeleton. We see an elevator here, but we'll take that in a minute. For now, we can take a staircase to the west. We see that it connects to the other side of the long arm attached to the bucket wheel, and it turns southeast, going back down to the ground. Taking this path first, we can clear more mole miners. Near the bottom, we find a uniformed skeleton next to a skill level 2 locked wooden crate. Perhaps this is one of the members of the National Guard who came out to defend the Rockhound during the riots. From here, the scaffolding goes back up where we see a path leading to the southeastern end of Rockhound, but it also goes back down. Here we find a doorway leading inside the Rockhound and a staircase leading down to the ground, where we find a bunch of machinery, more human skeletons, military barricades, and a few more containers. We'll start by taking the door inside the Rockhound. We immediately arrive in a hallway. We can go right or left. Turning left for now, we round a corner to find some sort of control nook with nothing inside. We see windows leading to a reactor room, and then rounding yet another corner, we find a doorway to the left. We arrive in a small room with a tinkerer's workbench. Turning around, we see a doorway to the north, and on the other side of the tinkerer's workbench, we find another doorway to the north and a hallway to the south. So it looks like these rooms are all connected. We'll start by heading to the northwest and going through the door. We arrive in some sort of control room. We see a window to the northwest, overlooking the ash heap, and in full view of the bucket wheel. This must be where the operators worked. And on a console near to this window, we find Buck Nixon's Rockhound holotape.
Oh boy! Well, I'm damn glad that headquarters upgraded the Rockhound's power system. Now that we have reactors installed, we can finally stop depending on the local power grid and diesel engines to keep this baby humming. I can't even count the number of times the machine stalled because of blackouts or the engines quit. Of course, working right next to 4 nuclear reactors isn't as cozy as it sounds. The engineers say those things are perfectly safe, but they aren't the ones that'll be vaporized after a meltdown. Still, those fat bonuses I've been getting on my paycheck are hard to ignore, so looks like I'll be staying for a while. Anyway, it's almost time for me to change out the ignition cores. I'll record more later if I have the time.
So the Rockhound was previously operating on the local power grid, causing blackouts around the region. Well, that couldn't have made the locals happy. Looks like they recently switched to nuclear power. 4 reactors, Buck Nixon said, powered by something called an ignition core. We'll have to see if we can find those. Heading back up to the master console, we find a button, but the button isn't functioning. And left from this, we find a terminal, Rockhound Terminal 6. Copyright 2070, Hornwright Industrial. Rockhound Terminal 6 system status. In the first one, reactor technology, we see that we're locked out. Warning, you are not an authorized owner of the Mount Blair facility. If you believe you're receiving this message in error, please speak to your shift supervisor or contact maintenance. So we can't read this entry until the computer recognizes us as an owner. Looks like we'll have to first claim the Rockhound as our workshop before we have access. However, we can read the other entries, the standard and technical bulletins. In the standard bulletin, from Mary Blake, Hornwright Industrial Public Relations. Subject, sample welcome package message. Congratulations on your purchase of the Hornwright Industrial EXC-97 Rockhound.
Wait, what's this? Oh, she must be from the Order of Mysteries.
Bucket Wheel Excavator Unit. On behalf of everyone here at Hornwright, we'd like to welcome you to the tantalizingly lucrative world of strip mining. Your Rockhound is rated to move over 11,000 cubic meters of earth per hour and can operate with a crew of only 12. Each of the buckets on the massive cutting wheel are cast from solid black titanium, ensuring every cut will remain accurate and deep. If you have any questions, feel free to call our Rockhound technical team 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Happy hunting, Daniel Hornwright, CEO of Hornwright Industrial. So Hornwright Industrial was creating this technology for other mining companies to purchase and use in their excavations. As this is the only unit we find in Appalachia, I think it's safe to assume that this may have been a prototype, owned and operated by Hornwright Industrial itself, as a way both to test their technology, demonstrate it to potential buyers, and make a profit off of whatever ore they uncover. In the next one, technical bulletin from Don Mobley, lead tech Hornwright Industrial, severity green. Reports are surfacing that properly calibrated ignition cores are draining in 3 minutes. As a result, all reactors need to be adjusted from 2,200 to 750 MWE. This will allow the ignition cores to remain in operation for a longer amount of time before replacement is required. We are working hard to increase efficiency, so please stay tuned. Don sent this message in response to a conversation he had with Penny Hornwright back at Hornwright Industrial. It was Penny who suggested that he dial it down from 2,200 to 1,750 MWE. She theorized at the time that this way, the Rockhound would get 1 hour per ignition core instead of 3 minutes, as Don was complaining. We'll have to see if this worked for them. In the next technical bulletin, from Don Mobley, severity red, we've had an emergency shutdown today on the Rockhound due to hydraulic fluid loss in the main drive shaft. We've traced the leak to some faulty seals on the main fluid reservoir. A standard safety check should have detected this issue before it became critical. There was over 6,000 gallons of fluid soaking into the ground, which nobody on the Mount Blair team seemed to notice. This is unacceptable. Seal replacement and tank refill should take approximately 2 days to fix. We'll be deducting downtime losses from your paychecks. Oh, that's draconian. So much for those fat bonuses, Buck. And in the final one, from Don Mobley, Severity Orange, due to increasing demand from headquarters, we are adding a third shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Full 24-hour operation of the Rockhound requires that the wheel buckets get changed every 3 days. Please adjust your schedules accordingly. Failure to comply will result in immediate termination as per Hornwright Employee Agreement R768-ALI-091-PRSN. We recall from Penny Hornwright's terminals at Hornwright Industrial that this message was sent by Dawn on October 12, 2077, the day the National Guard cleared the protesters from the Rockhound. The protesters couldn't figure out how the ignition cores worked, something Penny described as a blessing of proprietary technology. So they didn't do a whole lot of damage to the vehicle. But they did occupy the site for several days, which of course cut into Hornwright's profits. That's why Don put his staff into 24-hour shifts, to make up for the time they lost during the protests. Now we need to figure out how to access this last terminal entry. To do so, the computer needs to recognize us as an owner of the vehicle. From the control room, we can go down the eastern hallway, which we see connects to the hallway we saw on the eastern side of the Tinkerer's workbench. Continuing down this hallway, we see a doorway to the left, which leads back outside, only this time to the scaffolding on the eastern side of the Rockhound. And from here, we can begin to pick off the remaining enemies inhabiting the Rockhound. Looks like we have a few more left. To finish exploring the interior, we can go back inside and turn left. This path then turns right. The door to the left is blocked. The door to the right leads to our crew rec room. Here we find an icebox, a Porta diner, where I can try my luck. No dice. There's a small kitchen, a few tables and stools to sit, and a ruined bunk room to the northeast. Here we find a skill level 2 locked locker. Next to this, another bunk room. This one's more intact. And to the left of this, one more, with a stim pack and a footlocker. There's a Nuka-Cola machine, which was tragically empty in my game, and a bathroom in the southwestern wall. Here we find a skeleton in the shower, but nothing else of interest. As we leave, we can ring a bell on a wall. Fun. And turning right completes our loop of this interior section. We find ourselves back in that hallway with the windows leading to the reactor.
What is the most iconic location in Fallout 76? Take a second. The Rockhound? Tanagra Town? Watoga? In my opinion, it has got to be the White Springs Resort.
Oh god, this person reminds me of this one conspiracy nut job. I forget what her name is, but she wears this.
It's giving me creative, bold, fearless. It's not every day you see someone out here in something so avant-garde. I respect it. Your creative spirit leads me to believe you are just the person I was looking for. So you're interested. Well, I'm going to propose some hotel renovations for Orlando, and I need some before photos. It's nice, isn't it? I'm a rich politician heading away from the city for a weekend golf trip away, but I want this place to be more, it should be inspiring, comforting, a beacon of hope for the backbone of this nation as we continue to rebuild. Perhaps in your eyes, but to me, we are merely surviving out here. To thrive is to rebuild, refurbish, and remodel. We can do so much better. Imagine a future where we get back to a quarter of what we had before the war. It's possible. But not without investing into ourselves and our home. I would love if you got me a photo of the stage and the common room. I want to start by examining how we can spice up our communal recreation space. Come find me when you get back.
So she reminds me of. Let's see if I can find. Let's see. Crazy QAnon. Let's see, what was it? QAnon. I don't remember what her name is. I've seen her referenced. QAnon. Is that her name? Let's see. QAnon American flag. Costume lady. I'm trying to think, what was it? Let me see if I can find it. Dang it, trying to see if I can remember. Dallas. Sorry about the side note. Let's see. Here, if I can find the YouTube video.
John F. Kennedy.
Let's see, negative 48 Dallas.
So we have to. They are going to see me on the plane. They stood at my stores waiting and wait on the Earnhardt. How they live along.
Sorry, it's just this does feel relevant.
Your first two. Joke made up for the occasion. JFK Jr. is 24. He's going to expected to read, but then drops our
that crypt.
Dang it! Of course, it's like now I can't find it. There was this one lady. She dressed up in a flag, or like her whole clothing was like. Maybe
hundreds of
review
of
no, she's
people there. Is that
when it has actually
or celebrity show post coming to be
about sale pretty just and Q and
yes how they just speak of abstention post
forum post when Trump's acting and obviously is racked by the same sort of chronic illnesses that affect so many Americans. Eventually, he's an older guy.
Here, let me see if I can find it. Maybe it was only 1K. What was her name? It was... This is who I'm thinking of. Oh my god. I'm so glad I was able to find it. Her. This is who that character reminds me of. Tell me, do you see it? Oh, shit. Ow, sorry. See, her? Her. I think so. Anyway,
This location not only has a distinct style and color palette, but it's also the preferred place to farm legendaries, drop your nukes, and join in on the in-game economy with your shops. For all the time we spend hanging around the White Springs, farm legendaries, drop your nukes, and join in on the in-game economy with your shops. For all the time we spend hanging around the White Springs, I'm guessing you have never dug that deep into the story of this, the most iconic location in Fallout 76. It might surprise you because of how lifeless it is now, but the White Springs after the Great War was a sanctuary for the guests and workers that were staying and working there when the bombs fell. So who were these survivors? Why did they have to leave? And where did they end up going?
Did you get the photos for me? Now, how are we supposed to enjoy a show without even a pop of color? This just won't do. This stage is in desperate need of a full-point facelift. Thanks for doing that favor, doll. Now the hard part starts for me. Designing. Let's open
First, let's start off with some in-game backstory on the White Springs. One of the loading screens talks about the White Springs' early days. Built in 1858 and named for a natural sulfur spring on the grounds, the White Spring was famous for its southern style and sulfur springs. The White Spring Resort had a long history of business with the federal government and counted sitting U.S. presidents among its guests. Unfortunately, the facility came under great financial strain before the war. The White Springs ceased to be profitable around 2065 and was forced to sell much of its surrounding land to generate funds for operation and back loans necessary for renovations and upgrades. We'll be talking about those renovations here in a second. The selling of the land didn't go very well. Here is one of the higher-ups talking about what happened. General Manager James Wilcox, the White Springs Intramail, 7/20/77, Homesteads. Disappointed to see the Homestead reports for Q2. Out of 100 lots, we've sold 5 and not one housing start yet. Homestead is the financial linchpin of this initiative. We didn't sell half the hotel's land for nothing. We need that revenue to prop up capital improvement loans and just to keep the investors on board. If they catch wind of this, that's all going to come crashing down. Like I said, the selling of the surrounding land was important for many of the upcoming renovations. Speaking of renovations, let's go over the White Springs 2080 initiative. Announced in 2075, about 2 years before the bombs fell, the plan was meant to revitalize the fledgling resort and secure its place among the world's premier vacation destinations for generations to come. The White Spring 2080 initiative included homesteads, or luxury real estate with all the amenities of one of the world's greatest resorts. The improvements to Spring Hill, White Springs celebrated golf course, redesigned for a new era of sport, business class promotions, which are elevated services for corporate clients, including conference facilities, local planning, and corporate promotional opportunities. Modern heritage, which would completely refurbish guests' rooms, suites, and cottages that meet the needs of the modern traveler. And of course, automation, including the ironclad service. Hospitality perfected with the very lasting service and security of robotics. So those are the renovation plans. Let's go over some of the consequences of these renovations and the Great War. Inside the candy shop, we can find a terminal that gives us an update on the upcoming renovations. Staff Bulletin 2077. I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone who attended last Saturday's listening session. As most of you are aware, the The White Springs has not been profitable in over a decade. The board still believes that the initiative represents our best path forward and has decided to move forward with the current plan. For the second half of this year, the homesteads continue to be advertised in regional and national media. Remodeling the Spring Hill continues under the direction of lead architect Ryan Ansley. The course will open up for an exhibition tournament this fall. Ironclad service robots have replaced the remaining security and groundskeeping staff. Over the next few months, robots will be phased in to replace personnel throughout the hotel. All staff are to assist in training the replacements. Report any further customer service incidents to your supervisor. Several business class promotions are currently in the planning stages. More details to follow. Modern heritage renovations remain scheduled for January 2079. No reservations will be accepted during the renovation process. So they will be replacing many of the staff with robots. This falls in line with the rest of Appalachia. All across the region, there were companies laying off workers and replacing them with Robco robots. We will have to see how this turns out later in the video. Staff Bulletin October 2077 gives us another update on the renovations, only this time it was just days before the bombs fell. Staff Bulletin October 2077. Several updates this month. The Spring Hill Golf Tournament has been cancelled. The Nuka-Cola Corporation will sponsor our first business class promotion to celebrate the release of Nuka-Cola Quantum. Nuka-Cola bottle caps will be accepted as legal tender throughout the hotel. The Ironclad service transition concludes this month with limited exceptions. All non-management personnel should have received their termination notices. An employee farewell dinner will be held in Governor's Hall on 10/15 at 7:30. On behalf of the management team, I would like to thank you all for your years of dedicated service to the White Springs. We can assume that because of the disappointing sales of the Homestead plan, the Spring Hill Golf Course's renovation was probably put on hold, and that's why they had to cancel the tournament. We can see the consequences of this when we head out to the famous golf course. We also hear about the Nuka-Cola business promotion that I talked about in my Is Fallout 76 canon video. Lastly, we hear that the Ironclad service is concluding, leaving only a skeleton crew of service personnel. Heading into this computer's personal logs, we can hear from Joyce Easton, the operator of the candy shop, about what happened with the skeleton crew. 10/18/77. Everyone's gone outside of management. It's just me, Paula, Eric, Lou, and the girls at the spa. And Robert, of course. He's not even getting paid now, but he still shows up. He's been the doorman here for longer than anyone can remember. 60 years now? 70? It's all he knows. Even Wilcox didn't have the heart to send him away. We all felt like that. This place was home. It's just not the same without them. It's just empty. This next post will be from after the bombs fell on 10/23/77. It's just Robert, Lou, Paul, and me. 4 staff, 92 guests, and 500 robots. No one from management is left. The robots were never meant to handle this. Someone has to step up and take charge. They picked me. I don't know anything about leading people. I've never managed anything more than a candy counter. In further posts, Joyce Easton goes on saying people just ran away from the hotel into post-war Appalachia after the bombs fell. Presumably, these people were just scared for their lives and running in any direction they could find. So Joyce was voted the leader of the remaining people at the White Springs. For the next year, the people of the White Springs lived in relative comfort. On one of the terminals, someone described them having a decade's worth of supplies at the White Springs. Unfortunately, the White Springs 2080 initiative did not stop when the bombs fell. This brings us to modern heritage. Back in the candy shop, we can read Staff Bulletin, December 2078. This is an automated reminder that modern heritage renovations are scheduled to begin 1179. To expedite construction, all rooms, suites, and cottages will be closed during the renovation process. This post reminds the staff that all of the living areas will be closed automatically, and we will find out later that they will be forced to leave the property entirely. On the desk of the general manager, we can hear about what the workers were planning on doing about modern heritage.
And recording. All right, what are we looking at?
I've got nothing.
Really, Lou? Really? You set up the damn things. Don't tell me you don't know how to hack them. Can't you just shut them off or
keep them from turning on us. There has to be a way.
Paula.
No. Really, no. I'm sorry, Paula. We've tried everything. Not just me. Every guest who can work a terminal. We're locked out. We're getting kicked out, and there's nothing we can do.
Paula, how's the training going?
Friedrich's classes are a joke. The guests have been pitching. The Warrens picked up a few things on safari. Sergeant Tomlinson's been teaching marksmanship.
Tomlinson? That crank thinks the communists are bugging his room?
Yeah, best we got.
God.
At least people have been stocking up. The all-you-can-carry shopping spree was a hit. No one turned that down. Anyone have anything else? Robert, how are things?
Keeping on.
Good. The gala's on Sunday. So, this may be our last step. Whatever happens, we did all we could this past year. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
After failing to override the renovations, nearly all the survivors realized that there was no point staying. On one of the terminals, it says they had a huge New Year's gala to party right before they had to leave. Waking up on New Year's Day, the guests and workers of the White Springs ventured out into Appalachia for the very first time. The survivors split. Paula and Joyce headed a caravan to Charleston. Lou and some of his friends decided to overpower some of the robots at the golf club, while some of the others decided to risk it and go all the way to Sunnytop and Pleasant Valley to see if the other resorts could take them in. We all know now that the raiders were waiting for them at the ski resorts. They either joined up with the raiders or were killed by them. The White Springs remained abandoned for years, locked down and maintained by its robotic custodial staff. On May 30th, 2086, the last entry was entered into the maintenance room terminal. Disabled that damn lockdown, not that anyone even tries to come here anymore. OR 530-2086. Known only as OR, he lifted the lockdown placed on the hotel by the modern heritage renovations, opening up the hotel to the vault dwellers about 15 years later. Alright guys, that's all I have on the White Springs Hotel. I hope everybody enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe. It really helps out my channel. Also, if you've made it this far in the video, consider joining my channel's membership. You get a cool little cryptid symbol next to your name when you comment, and it goes a long way in supporting my channel, so thank you. Also consider following me on Twitter. It's the best place for me to keep in contact with you guys. But anyway, this has been Widgeon TV. Thanks for watching, guys.
I'm about to go up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm going up in a moment. Go ahead and turn this on. Oh, let's see. Word. Let's see. What am I looking for? Legendary module. Is that what it takes? Let's see. Yeah, modules. Okay, sweet. I don't know why I didn't get more of those before.
One of the things that makes Appalachia's lore so unique is its mostly troubled history of mining. Hornwright and other mining organizations like AMS have been stripping Appalachia's natural resources, whether it be coal, lead, or any other precious or non-precious metals, for decades prior to the war. One of the results of this history is a creature that is entirely unique to the region, the mole miner. This veiled creature is one shrouded in mystery. I mean, is it a mole? Is it a man? Has its genetics been spliced so that it's both a mole and a man? Well, unfortunately, there isn't a ton of information that directly answers the mysteries around this creature. So in this video, instead of telling the whole story of the mole miners like I normally do, I want to simply exhaust everything that we know and still don't know about this creature in Fallout 76. Heading over to the Brim Quarry just west of the Rockhound, we can find a note about the mole miners' discovery in Appalachia. Approaching from the north, we run into a few mole miners, and moving down past the shed, we can find the remains of a fire breather. On their body, we can find a note. As I'm called to duty, Lord, to fight the flames this world ignites, I ask for your clarity, courage, and strength to fight this good fight. And if it is your will, Father, that among the flames I fall, please allow my soul to find peace, knowing that I did my best to help them all. RIP to this fire breather. Looks like he was taken out by the mole miners. Sounds like they have always been hostile toward humans. Further down the hill, we find additional bodies. It looks like the fire breathers were pushing up this hill that we are descending. At the base of the hill, we can find a small lookout tower. Inside, we can find the foreman's key that unlocks a few containers back up the hill, and sitting on a desk, we can find Lieutenant Thomas's action report. Lieutenant Thomas action report, 2140 hours, 31095. This is about 5 years before Vault 76's doors opened. Yes, Garrett, Dustin, Omar, and myself began our assault on Brim Quarry at sunset, approximately 1915 hours today. Our scout reports indicated an amount of hostiles that were too close for our peace of mind. We encountered moderate numbers of, well, we aren't sure what to make of them. They appear to be bipeds, wearing those old heavy miner suits. They grunt and shriek like monsters. But we find wallets and keys, watches. I don't know if I will ever be able to understand all the horrors of this new world. Results. Camp at the quarry's summit was secured. All hostiles eliminated. 1 casualty. Garrett. Dustin tried to console us, said it was likely painless, gone before he hit the ground. Still, he had just turned 20. The kid didn't know anything beyond this hell of a world. It made him strong. Just a kid, but willing to fight and die to help others. He deserved better. I expected the fire to draw the rest of them at the top of the quarry, but nothing came. Like other reports indicated, they don't seem to feel or care about anything. They can't be human, at least not anymore. We buried Garrett near some crates in the shipping yard. It was the least we could do for him. At sunrise, we attack the enemies up the hill. The team knows what we'll find up there. Before this, when I was a fire lieutenant in Charleston, the first thing we taught rookies was to walk into the flames fearlessly. It's something I've tried to install into the fire breathers and my squad. Whatever flames are at the top of this quarry, we'll be ready. So the fire breathers were assaulting up the hill into a hornet's nest of mole miners. From the looks of things, and the fact that the mole miners still occupy this quarry, we can assume things didn't go well. There are some interesting clues that we can derive from this note, though. First, they say that they find wallets and keys on the bodies, and Lieutenant Thomas says they can't be human, at least anymore. So at least we now know that the mole miners used to be Appalachian miners, and for some reason, have transformed into the hostile creatures that we see today. This is backed up by a loading screen hint. Trapped within their deteriorating mining suits, the mole miners are frenzied combatants who attack anything they perceive as a threat. We also know that the mole miners hold on to their previous life's possessions, like their keys. This is shown in the quest Lost and Found, where you obtain a miner's key on a dead mole miner while traveling in the ash heap region. The key is used to open a locker with some of the miners' personal belongings in it. This suggests that the mole miners are similar to feral ghouls. but mole miners retain slightly more intelligence, which allows them to use weapons like shotguns and missile launchers. It even allows them to befriend mole rats. Mole miners and mole rats can be spotted together in several locations around the ash heap and Appalachia. Although mole miners have been known to strap landmines onto mole rats in order to use them as organic guided bombs, unfortunately, it is unclear why mole miners have befriended the mole rats. Mole miners are hostile toward everything else. Now let's talk about the purveyor, Murmurger. Definitely the most famous mole miner, the purveyor sets herself apart from the other mole miners with her floral patterned threads and her hoarding of legendary scrip. This is even connected to West Virginia's mining history. Scrip is a currency issued by mining companies to pay their workers and could only be spent at company stores. This would basically trap any miners who may be considering leaving their job. The fact that she is hoarding this again suggests some sort of memories are kept after the transition into a mole miner. The purveyor also has an impressive collection of stuff located in the tunnels under the rusty pick. She just seems to like hoarding stuff, I guess. So really that's all of the information we have on the mole miners. We still don't know what causes their transformation into the hostile hunchbacks, whether it's radiation, the Scorched Plague, or the toxic air in the ash heap, or a combination of all three, and we still don't know why the purveyor specifically retains her sanity. Mysteries like this should be addressed in future DLC, according to Bethesda. But now, I want to go over a fan theory that I thought to be particularly interesting. Originating on Reddit, this fan theory may make you think twice about killing mole miners. While looting mole miner corpses, you can often find toys, whether it's a plastic alien or a wooden alphabet block. About 1 in 5 mole miners can be found with toys in their pockets. A few people on Reddit suggested that the mole miners could possibly be child workers who were working in the mines when the bombs dropped. The toys, again, could be something from their past that they instinctively grab and hold on to. To explain the masks, they suggested that possibly the heat from the bombs welded their respirators to their faces, and eventually, over time, along with radiation, the Scorched Plague, and the ash heap's toxic gases, created the hostile creatures that we see today. I thought this was a pretty cool way to explain the mole miners. Tell me what you think down in the comments below, and let me know if you have any ideas about the creation of the mole miners. Alright guys, that's all I have on the mole miners. I hope everybody enjoyed the
So we're going to go and finish up with the Brotherhood of Steel.
Welcome to Fort Atlas.
Let's see. I'd like to know more about the Brotherhood. You know what? Let's actually save this for next time when we're with Graham. So, on that note, yeah, it was actually a really good place to end off. Maybe just for some ambiance we go in. And see, I don't want to start a new video because then I'll get lost in that. So let's just wait for this to load. Formerly, the Atlas Observatory for Atlas now serves as the headquarters of the new Brotherhood of Steel in Appalachia. Interesting, so we can't really go much.
Please, I do not resist.
Maybe some other time.
So, yeah. On that note, I think that's where we'll end. So, this was fun. And oh, yeah, I just saw. Hey, Kara. I doubt you're still watching, but yeah, it was good to see that you were. Anyway, on that note, we will end off. So, without further ado, cue it. Yeah.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now.